So I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. It is 6 p.m. This is a regular meeting for Tuesday, December 16th, 2025. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Michael Bowles,
Present.
Stephanie Nowers.
Here.
We're expecting Dee McKee, Maxwell Sumner,
Present.
Bill Gamble,
Here.
Dimitri Fonoff,
Here.
Ron Bernier. Do we have you online?
Is he online?
Yep. Okay. Madam Mayor, Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum.
Thank you. Is there anything any of the members would like to pull from the consent agenda? Assemblyperson Hours?
I could pull RS 25-120
Okay.
and AM 25-148.
Okay. Anything, any other items from the consent agenda? Okay. Are there any other changes to the agenda? Yes, sir.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I would like to request we add Resolution 25-121 and IM 25-266. This is an emergency resolution to extend the windstorm disaster declaration by 7 days, which requires Assembly approval. If we can add that, I would ask that that be put in immediately following committee reports.
Okay, thank you. Any objection to that change? Okay. Are there any other changes to the, yes, Assemblyperson Bowles, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move up Resolution 25-120 as well.
Okay.
Just after,
Is that the one? Yeah, Assemblyperson Nowers had already pulled that.
I'd like to move it up to the top of the agenda after the manager's discussions,
Okay, so where do you want to move it to, sir?
after the emergency declaration is discussed.
Okay.
I would ask that I would oppose moving it there because I wanted to have it after audience participation.
Yeah, that's before audience participation.
So I withdraw.
Okay. Do you want to pull it and put it in? Well, let's see, you could put it. Oh, thank you. Is there any objection to his withdrawal? Thank you. No, okay. Did you want to take and move it up before the public hearings or just leave it where it was originally now?
Madam Mayor, yeah, I think I would. I think a lot of people here are probably wanting to speak on that only, and so if we could move that up to right after the public participation, that would be great. Thank
Okay,
you.
so move it up to be,
After the first audience participation.
yeah, after the first audience participation. Okay. Is there
Yes.
any objection to moving that? Okay. Okay. Are there any other changes to the agenda? Okay, seeing none, then the agenda has been approved as has been noted for the changes. If you all stand, please. And Assemblyperson Nowers, would you lead us in the pledge? To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. There are no minutes to be presented. Agency reports. Do we have anybody from either of the three cities? Okay, don't see anybody. Don't see anybody from the school district. Todd? Report from the state of Alaska.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Oh, the first time ever the microphone is too low. Todd Smolden, Governor's Office. I have a couple of things, but I also wanted to stop by tonight to see if you had any questions about anything. First thing I wanted to say is congratulations to the borough and the city's quick work on getting a disaster declaration put forward for the governor to consider and approve. And I know that you have a resolution to extend that, and I don't make that decision, but I think that that's a good thing to do. I don't think anyone was expecting that we would get an aftershock, but we did. So thank you for doing that. One thing that has been a hot item, or that I've been getting a lot of calls about, and I'm not talking about the budget yet, is on the appointments to fill the two representative seats. I wanted to let you know that because of the budget and all of that that's been happening, and other things with the governor's schedule, it's been postponed a little bit, but those interviews are scheduled to be next week. So I'm sure the governor will make a decision pretty quickly after all of those candidates have been interviewed. And then the third item is the budget. I know it's, it's given me an opportunity to dig a little deep and get in the time machine and go backwards to when I was an economics instructor, because there's a couple of words that I think are important for people to understand. One of them is deficit, and one of them is balanced budget. And the state does have a deficit, but constitutionally the governor's budget is balanced. He's using savings to balance that rather than do what the legislature has done for 10 years now, which is take the PFD to make things pencil out. So what the governor has done is he's presented a budget that is funded according to statute, which includes debt bond reimbursement. Manager Brown, I know you're a big fan. The BSA as it is recorded in statute, and the PFD as it is recorded in statute. And he will be presenting again a fiscal plan and a path that puts Alaska on a sustainable spending plan to the legislature. I hope that they don't do what they've done over the last 7 years, which is ignore it and kick the can down the road. I'm hopeful that they will work on a fiscal plan with the governor. It's unfortunate that at least one of the senators has stated publicly that they just don't have enough time to work on anything this session. So that's a little discouraging. But we'll see what happens with that process. And I think that's all that I have. I don't know if anybody has any questions, but I'm happy to take them if you do.
Anyone have any questions for Todd? I'll let the record show that Assemblyperson McKee has arrived. Hello.
And could I just say that I would have been here earlier, but I tripped on the steps for the first time ever with my crutch. And thank you, Mark, for helping me out.
Okay. I guess not, sir.
All right, thank you.
I would like to just give you a shout out, Todd. We appreciate everything you do for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we do appreciate the governor's turnaround time on that declaration very much. Thank you. Okay, the next item is committee reports. Do we have any reports from the Joint Assembly, School Board committees? We have two, no report from anything. Do you want to report? No, okay. Assemblyperson McKee, will you turn your mic off unless you wanted to speak? Okay, thank you. And let me ask first, are there any other public relations reports? We are going to consider the one resolution, but before we do that, Does anybody have any other public relation report? Okay. And there were, Assemblyperson McKee, I don't know if you did hear, there is some changes to the agenda, and the one will be now, which is the consideration of the resolution to extend the emergency declaration for another 7 days. Okay, and then Assemblyperson Nowers, do you have that motion?
I can read it into the record.
Okay.
Resolution 25-121, a resolution of the Matanuska-Susitna Borough Assembly approving a 7-day extension to the 2025 December Matsu windstorm disaster issued on December 9th, 2025.
Okay. So who has that motion? Yeah, well, that's make it, okay. Yeah, fine.
I move to adopt resolution serial number 25-121.
Okay. Go ahead, Mike, you have an update?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick update. So context matters for this stuff to understand how it fits into other things we've experienced in more recent years. So looking back at this, the December 5th through 9th windstorm, that was like the main event. 74 hours of gust greater than 50 miles an hour with periods of hurricane force gust for 46 hours. That's what we experienced. 100 mile an hour gust at Palmer Airport, which was the third strongest on record. Unfortunately, there was an aftershock, if you want to call it that, and that's probably a good way to look at it. December 13th through 15th, this past weekend, a shorter duration, but still 93 mile an hour gust at Palmer Airport, sixth strongest on record. So the new metric seems to be this how many hours are we going to go at 50 plus gust? But that's extreme. So because I was kind of thinking back to 2022 in January and December, this put that to shame to some degree. And so the intent of this extension is really to encourage and get support from the state to make sure that individual assistance, public assistance are made available to residents and public entities for the duration of both events and that it qualifies. I talked to the National Weather Service this morning. We're not sure that the aftershocks are over, if you want to look at it that way, based on the way the system's set up over the state right now. So we'll continue to monitor that, but it looks like there is the potential for more over the next 2 weeks. And so this would certainly extend it, and the intent is that we would transmit it to the state tomorrow to be sure that we have a wider window available for folks for individual assistance. That's really what's behind this. So that's why we brought this request forward to the Assembly by state statute. The manager may only have 7 days. That expires today. And so this would extend it for another week, but that requires a vote of the governing body. Did you have anything you wanted to add, Nick?
I'll just point out for everybody and for the record that this is brought under the emergency ordinance procedure. Obviously, ordinances have more restrictions than resolutions, but we're following the higher restriction. It's 1.25020 of the Borough Code and 29.25030 of state law. And so obviously it wasn't advertised because when the publication and advertisement for this meeting, nobody knew that it was going to extend. Nobody knew that this disaster declaration was going to need to be extended. And for that reason, it's brought under the emergency provisions. It does require 6 votes to pass because all 7 are here, and it requires 3/4 vote, which would be 5.25. So just noting all that for you and for the audience and for the record.
Okay. Any other questions? Any other questions regarding the motion to approve? Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, then the resolution has been approved. Now we're ready for your regular report, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to invite Emerson Kruger and Alex Strawn up. We're going to do an update on gravel pits. The Assembly may recall Mr. Sumner made a motion to go out and look at what borough-owned lands might be ideal or well-suited for future gravel pits. So Mr. Kruger is our natural resource manager and does all things timber, gravel, et cetera, and has prepared a report to kind of show you where we are, what we have, and then Alex, of course, is available to talk about like the permitting aspects and things like that. So with that said, I'll turn it over to Mr. Kruger and he'll give you an update.
Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly. My name's Emerson Kruger. I'm the resource manager here for the Borough in the Land Management Division. I have a short PowerPoint presentation prepared just with some highlights and some pretty pictures. So while that's loading, I'm going to provide an overview of the existing material sites that the borough owns. I'm going to give you kind of a snapshot of sites where we're actively working to get them opened up to provide material for the construction sector. And then I'm going to address several areas of need that were brought to our attention. So some basic facts about gravel for people that aren't in the business of building things. Everybody needs it, including the borough. Sometimes we're our own biggest customer. In general terms, it's not worth very much. And it's really heavy and it takes up a lot of room. And so it's a low value, high volume commodity, and transportation ends up being your biggest cost. So what that does is it means you need gravel sources that are close to where your project is. And that's just an inherent factor of the commodity. It seems like here in the borough that we have an awful lot of gravel. Like we have a lot of hills. So we think of those as being big hills of gravel. And in a general sense, that's true. We do have an awful lot of gravel, but most of the gravel that we have is not very good gravel. And given the time of year, the easiest way to make that a relatable fact is that most of the gravel we have, when it freezes, it expands. And you see it on the road, especially around Tok, when you're going to or from Alaska, you get heaves in the road. So the heaving is from fine-grained sediment that's entrained with the gravel. And most of the hills that we have in the borough that aren't pure rock, they're morainal deposits, and they have concentrations of silt and clay that trap moisture, and the moisture and the small particles expand when it freezes, and that's not good. So we have a lot of really poor quality gravel, and we have very little high quality gravel. And I'll get more into that just in general terms. But the takeaway message there is our mission is to find the good gravel and then to bring it to bear on construction projects. So overall strategy on gravel mining here at the borough for gravel pits on borough-owned land is no more pits, right? I mean, they're easy to find. Looking around at the area of photography where they've gone into the ground and they create what becomes largely undevelopable depending on how close the water table is. And the borough being in the business for the long haul, like I like to think of it as in perpetuity, devaluing land like that is not in our best interest, the local government. And so our game plan is not to do that anymore. And so the image on the screen right now is the only active pit that we have, and that's out in Point McKenzie. But everywhere else, we look for high ground where there's good gravel, and the game plan is to bring it down to a developable elevation with plenty of room above the water table for future septic systems, or at the very least, easy access onto and off of the road system. So we're actively doing that at a number of locations, and I'll highlight that in just a second. So we've been in this game for quite a while. I've only been doing it for a little while here at the borough, and we've got a list of all the sites that we know of right now that are in different categories. And the easiest way to think of it is if they're active gravel sources, then they're probably permitted in one way or another. And we know what kind of material we have there, and we have access that's constructed. So trucks are running in and out of there, making it happen. The information that's on the screen right now goes out with the borough's requests for bid and requests for proposals. So anybody bidding on work for us gets the information on where we know we have gravel and and what category the material source is in. I think that's probably enough on that. So some examples of locations where the borough has a material source. These are quite a few of them are long-standing material sources. The first material source is located just outside of Talkeetna proper, off of a road called Beaver Road, just south of Talkeetna River. We've been classifying land for materials since the early 80s. We really got serious about it in the 80s. And so quite a few material sources were classified at that time frame. And if you look at their usage, it was pretty small, right? We were mainly providing material to ourselves to build out subdivision roads and people's home sites and their septic fields. And so most of our material sources look teeny tiny when you were looking at the ground from the air. And then along comes a big construction project. And in Talkeetna, it was the improvement of the Talkeetna Airport back in 2016 through 2018. And the size of the footprint of the material source tripled. And it really opened it up. The contractor that had the project took what we had in the ground and they made a bunch of value-added products out of it, specifically for the runways and the taxiways. The benefit to the community, the RSA and the neighborhoods was now we had more than just pit run, which is your unsorted like boulders down to silt. We had D1. We had lots of the things that people buy for when they're building a home or a subdivision road. But that's the only location where we've had anything outside of just bone rock for septic leach fields. So I mentioned no more pits. There's a photograph on the screen now. That's how we're developing the Beaver Road material site. It is a moraine deposit. It's the low quality silty gravel that I'd mentioned, but we're not digging a hole there. We're bringing the hills down flat. So in the end, we'll have about a 30-acre level gravel pad there to do whatever the next thing is that's needed to be done in that location. It's hard to say what that will be. Another location that we've had tapped as a material source for a long time is referred to as the Alsop pit. Most of our material sources are named after the local road systems. And at that time, Alsop Road was the nearest side road off of Point McKenzie Road. It was prior to Red Dane Avenue being constructed. So technically we should rename the pit, but it's a long story. We're not going to do that. So Point McKenzie, it's an end of the road community. Point McKenzie Road is 21 miles long. Alsop Pit is the only location in Point McKenzie where we have Class A fill. In Class A fill, there's A, B, and C, and it's just like on your report card. C's are not as good as A. Class D material is frost susceptible, so it heaves when it gets cold and nobody wants it. So that's what we have most locations, except for at Alsop Pit. We've got Class A fill there. And for example, going back to that basic gravel information on a low value, high weight, high volume commodity, like transportation costs eat you alive when you need non-frost susceptible soil. Well, if you look at the construction that the borough is funded out at Port McKenzie, like we need a lot of Class A fill down there for what we've built, the rail extension, the roads, the docks, none of that should get frost heaves. Well, you can wash Class C fill to get the fines out. You need a lot of water, but you do just like a river and you wash the fines out to make silt and clay that you dispose of somewhere. And that's an option. People do it all over the place where it's too far to truck the Class A fill. Well, Alsop Pit is a good 8 to 10 miles from the port, depending on where you're at in the port. And all the construction projects in the port, when they need Class A fill, they truck it the 8 to 10 miles from Alsop Pit because it's cheaper to truck it than it is to wash it. So it's just a fact. It's a highlight of why we need these pits all over the place because it's really expensive to have to haul it or to improve it. There's a photograph of Alsop Pit. It is an actual pit. It's the only pit that's in operation on borough land because it's the only source of Class A fill in the whole community. So when it's out, we're going to be scratching our heads looking at other properties and what are we going to do? And we're actively working on that. And I don't have a solution right now, but we're working on it. Okay, so those are some existing sites that have been around for decades. Sites that we're currently working on or just succeeded with. New gravel sites, so we call it the Meadow Lakes pit because it's in Meadow Lakes. If you look at it on a map, Vine dead ends at the Parks Highway. Right across the Parks Highway is where the borough property is. That's now a gravel source. It's adjacent to the QAP gravel source, and it's the only gravel source the borough has that's under a material site lease. So that's one of the options that the construction industry can get gravel from the borough. They can lease the land that the borough owns that has gravel on it, and then they, under the terms of the lease, can extract the gravel. Much more common than that is the next new gravel site that we've opened in the last 12 months. It's at mile 128 of the Parks Highway. And almost always we do a material site contract. It's a resource sale contract, just like the timber sale contracts, but this time they're buying gravel. So different rules to follow. But there we identified a parcel that had good gravel. We put it in the list of sites where the borough knows it has gravel. This road contractor that was bidding a job for DOT up in Trapper Creek saw that and started working with us at the beginning of this year. I was back here presenting on well, I didn't get to talk because it was on the consent agenda, but it was a material sale contract with a company doing a DOT road project. So that we got the permit from the planning department to mine the gravel. Contractor got the contract from us, and now they're mining the borough gravel to build part of the Parks Highway. Locations that we haven't opened yet, but we know we have gravel. Milepost 77 of the Parks Highway. We know we've got gravel there. We actually got the conditional use permit to mine the gravel, and it's available for the private sector to lease to mine. One of the big challenges at that location is access. It's on the wrong side of the tracks, literally. There's the Great Wall of the Railroad there, and there's one way across, and we're still working on the details of that. Another location that's at the top of my list is at milepost 56 of the Glen Highway. We have a gold mine of gravel there. It's Class A fill, and it's Class A fill for people's lifetimes. We actually have physical access. We started the conversation with legal access, and we engaged with the local community, but there's a couple factors there with gravel sites. Like, people like to go to gravel pits to dump their trash and shoot their guns. And so we try not to open a gravel site until we need it for a project. And that's the hang up at milepost 56 of the Glen, is there's no giant project that needs that gravel yet. So we're just waiting. We don't want to have a problem until we get to take advantage of having the problem. So how do we find out if we have good gravel in locations? Well, a lot of it is you don't know until you get some geotechnical investigations done. And that can be as simple as going out with a shovel and digging a hole and filling a bag up and taking it to a sieve and running it through a sieve, like some cheesecloth. Not cheesecloth, but you know what I mean. So a lot of it is you might think you have good gravel, but you need to go out and dig a hole, ideally lots of holes. And if you're really interested in how much good gravel you have to drill, because you can only dig a hole down realistically about 20 feet. And like in some places our dirt is 5 feet deep. So you're only getting 15 feet worth of data. And so we are actively pursuing geotechnical investigations at locations. It's expensive, it's time consuming. And if you really want to know how much good gravel you have on one parcel, it's expensive. And so we get a sprinkling of data across a lot of parcels as round one, and we figure out where we think we have good gravel, and then we go back for round two and we try to figure out exactly where it is so that when we get it permitted, we can capitalize on it. Geotechnical investigation that we have lined up for this year is later on your agenda tonight. It is a geotechnical investigation of some property between Caswell Creek and Kishwitna River. And we're looking there because we think we have good gravel there, and we think there's somebody that wants to mine it. So we're always interested in learning where we have demand for gravel, because I can have gravel at the end of Oil Well Road, but there's nobody out there to buy it, and I can't afford to truck it to anybody because I know I have good gravel at mile 18 of Oil Well Road, but there's no market. So when I hear that there's a big project coming or there's a location in the borough where we need gravel, I try to jump on it. One of the areas of need that were identified for us was the Schrock Road area. I've got a map on the screen right now. The borough land is showed and shaded in gray, and most of the borough land is spoken for in the Schrock Road area. There's a square at church in Selden that's labeled charter school. American charter is getting built there right now. There's some parcels labeled agricultural private. We've actually sold that land. Somebody owns the ag rights, and it's essentially private property. So all we've got in Schrock Road area is off the end of Susitna at the northern or the topmost part of the map. And there's some real access challenges with that property. I think it could be worth drilling if we could tackle the access issues. And the summary of the access issue is Susitna dead ends in a private parcel with a really big, nice house on it. The easement ends in the middle of that parcel. So we'd have to go around it. And I don't see a legal way to get around it without buying right of way and then building the road. And that's if we know we have good gravel up there. So I see challenges there and a lot of dollar signs, but just ruling it out on some of those challenges, I don't think it's worth the investment at this time. And I could be wrong. The other area of need that was identified for us was the Goose Bay area, Goose Bay Road. And so we have a lot more unencumbered borough land in the KGB area. We took a hard look at what we do have out there that isn't swamp. And we found a 40-acre parcel with existing road access. So it's off of Clay Chapman Road, if you guys know KGB. It's about a half a mile due west of Reddington High School. So existing access, we have a hill that we could mine down. The landform of the hill makes it look like it might not just be moraine. So I feel like there's a good chance of having good gravel there, and I think it's worth drilling. But if you guys approve the legislation tonight, I'm going to spend all of my money looking at the one site in Willow, and I won't have any money to look at this location. And to do some preliminary geotech, like sending a guy out there with an excavator and filling up some bags with gravel, I think it would cost about $45,000 to do that. So if that is a priority for the assembly, then that would be my ask. Is if you want to see that site evaluated for a material source, I would suggest spending a little money to find out if we have good gravel there. There are some other challenges besides access and whether or not we have the gravel there. There's some challenges that we have in borough code, which is why that guy's sitting right there, the planning director, because he's got those areas of borough code. And so I'm going to hand it off to him.
Okay, very good. I'm Alex Strawn, Planning Director for the Matsu Borough, and Mayor, members of the Assembly. So I'll be pretty short here. I just want to talk about a couple of the regulatory hurdles that we're dealing with when it comes to getting gravel pits or gravel extraction sites up and running in different areas of the borough. The first, and I think this slide is a good one to start with this, is we have a section of borough code within our gravel code that essentially says that as a standard of approval, the operation has to be in accordance with the comprehensive plan. And here I am, the planning director. I think planning comprehensive plans are valuable, but a lot of our plans are old. And Connect Fairview comprehensive plan was written in 1997, and it essentially says that there should be no new gravel pits except for in industrial areas. And then they have a little map that shows one little industrial area that is now developed as a junkyard. So depending on your interpretation of that, whoever the planning commission is or the planning director, it could be interpreted that there's a de facto prohibition of gravel extraction in that entire area. Another example would be the Meadow Lakes Comprehensive Plan, which was adopted back in the early 2000s, that essentially says that they should retain the natural vegetation and contours of the area. So an interpretation of that is that you can't do gravel pits because by their very nature, they're disturbing the vegetation and contours of the area. So I think we really need to look at that provision of our gravel code if we want to develop areas like the KGB area, which is obviously a fast-growing area. Another challenge that we have within Borough Code is our regulations as they pertain to mining in the water table. So we originally adopted gravel regulations in 2005, and right around that time, there was an operation that essentially dug through a clay seam, and two different water tables mixed, and it caused havoc in neighboring properties. Some septic systems failed, and some wells went dry, and lakes rose, and different things like that happened. So it was for good reason that we wrote those regulations. But it is quite restrictive. It requires years of monitoring. It's very expensive to get the permit, and it would be very expensive to do the monitoring that's required to maintain the permit as well. And I don't have a solution laid out for you right now, but we should look at this. If we want to revisit those regulations and maybe take a more nuanced approach. We've received exactly 0 applications since 2007 for mining in the water table, and it's probably for a good reason. We also might want to look at, if we look at the next slide, similar to what we did with special events permits, where we essentially picked a line of latitude, and said, if you're way out in the middle of nowhere and there's no people out there, we're going to have different rules for you as opposed to the more populated areas in the core area. Amberson started out with no more pits, right? But sometimes if you want to have fewer gravel pits, you need to go deeper. And if you can mine into the water table, you can do it safely, you can do it well, and it'll produce clean gravel. So I'm suggesting that sometime in the near future, we revisit the gravel code and visit some of these things so we can have the gravel resources needed for developers, for the public, and for the borough land as well. So that will take questions.
Assemblyperson Bowles.
So thank you both very much for that presentation. So a couple months ago, there was a flood management meeting, and Representative Johnson, Representative Rauscher held, and they had discussed years ago, mining used to occur in the Matanuska River, and that was from my understanding, a really good resource. And I don't know if it was ABC as far as gravel quality, but looking at the Matanuska River Management Plan, could that be a route at amending the language there or adding language that would allow mining in the Matanuska River, which would, provide what looks like a decent gravel source while also mitigating a flood, that happens. We have an ice dam right now that the Butte's dealing with. So if that's something that we could look at pursuing, I think that needs to be looked into.
So thank you, Madam Mayor. So, we did look into this pretty heavily a few years ago. This has been a topic of conversation since I was a child living here. And, we actually reached out to some of the gravel pit owners that have access to the rail. They have a tipple right there. So they're actually sending gravel to Anchorage. And we asked them, hey, how much would you buy gravel from us? If we took care of the permitting, if we took care of, everything, you just purchased the material. And they actually came back and said, we would charge you X amount per yard to mine that gravel. And it's really because it's getting access to it is difficult. So, if you're talking the entire length of the Mat River, getting that gravel to a road project or to the rail has challenges and would not necessarily be an inexpensive endeavor. That being said, what's the cost of flooding of houses and things like that? So that's something to consider.
Okay. Lisa.
D. McKee.
D. McKee. Oh, Dee, did you have a question?
You were talking about, it basically sounds like when you put all the rules that you were talking about, we're going to have to go back and revisit them and maybe bring them up to date, because it sounds like according to those rules, you can't dig up a spoonful of gravel. what do you do with, where you've shaved it all off and you got the gravel out of there, you don't want to go down any further because beach gets more expensive and blah, blah, blah. And you can't, so you're not going to plant any trees over, who in the final analysis is responsible for making things kind of like they were before? And how do you check that? I mean, you drive around here, and if you fly around here, you just, like I said before, it looks like bombed out Berlin. There's just these little holes all over the place, and nobody did anything.
Go ahead, sir.
So somewhere in that time frame, 2009, I think we adopted reclamation standards for gravel pits. And if you have a permitted gravel pit, you have, I think it's 4 growing seasons to have a percentage of that lot covered by vegetative material. What we found is over the years, we have not put expiration dates on our gravel pits or our gravel permits. And so, there's the argument that, hey, this operation is still going. And so that's why we haven't started reclaiming yet. That's why you're seeing a lot of these operations not reclaiming their pits.
Expiration dates are probably a good idea, huh? And fines high enough that will make people actually do it.
Yeah, so expiration dates are a double-edged sword because gravel is something that is not in demand until it is in demand because there's a road project right there. So they may sit there for years and years and years, and then they go hot and heavy. So if you put an expiration date of like 10 years, then the useful time for that gravel operation might not come in that 10-year time frame. But there have been quite a few conditional use permits that have had expiration dates on them. That's been much more commonplace in the past 5-10 years.
So can you tell me where a place would be so I could go and look at it and say, this was reclaimed and now looks great?
So you'd like to see a reclaimed gravel pit?
Yeah,
Yeah, we can do that.
thank you.
Yeah.
Assemblyperson Sumner?
Yeah, looking at the Rock Road area, looks like that the charter school plat is about 160 acres. Does anyone know if that's correct?
It's about 100.
It's 100?
Yeah, the charter school itself occupies, I think, 20.
Oh, okay.
So there's 80 acres there, but it's primarily lowlands.
So did they use on-site materials when they did the dirt work for that charter school into the foundations then?
I'm not aware. I'm not in.
Because, that right there would be, they would have pretty good geotechnical data when they dig it all up. But, yeah, I'd be interested in what they found on site there.
Further questions of staff? Assemblyperson Fauna?
I just want to say thank you for a detailed presentation. I was listening and learning a lot. So I think this is a lot of good details. My question is, who operates the Beaver Pit and Alsop Pit currently?
To the mayor. So the borough makes the material sources available, and then typically the buyer who gets the material sale contract would then operate in the material site. Most often, there's only one big project happening in an area that requires a material source that the borough controls, and so typically we have one contractor at a time at a material source. At the Beaver Pit up in Talkeetna, we haven't had anybody operate out of there for a couple of years, so it sits vacant until somebody needs it. Occasionally, we get a personal use permit, which I didn't mention, but anybody can approach the borough and get a personal use permit for 100 cubic yards, which is, it's a lot if you're a homeowner, but it's not much if you're building a road. And then they have to make their own arrangements to load out and haul their own material. So I think in general terms, nobody's.
So we're not like hiring loaders and truck drivers and things like that. We're just allowing private contractors, as long as they meet criteria, to go and extract. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when a contractor gets and they're having a big project, then are they operate only for themselves, or they're able to sell, or do they have option not to sell to the public? I guess, how can is there a public benefit outside of that single contractor that's holding that claim, I guess, or that contract?
Thank you for the question. Just this last summer, AAA Valley Gravel had a contract from us to mine in the Alsop pit, And after talking with them and the neighborhood for quite a while, we increased the volume of their contract to include all the little projects that had cropped up while we were working on their contract. And so that contractor that was authorized to operate at the Borough Pit also had enough volume in his contract to sell to the different other little projects that had sprung up. So he was selling to homeowners and he was selling to little construction projects in Point Mac. And that's not uncommon.
Okay, okay. Is I guess, the way to put this, I guess you answered pretty much all my questions. Thank you.
Assemblyperson Nowers, go ahead.
Gravel pit's something that's come up quite a bit in the borough in the last few years, and before that, just a comment. I have not heard a lot of clamor from the general public for a bunch of gravel pits besides the assembly asking for that. But I guess the question I have, or commentary is, if we're going to talk about gravel pits, we need to get serious about reclamation, because we have many pits that have not been reclaimed, that have been devalued. There's a 100-acre property just down the highway, just past the shooting range. That is prime residential property that has a reclamation plan that called for beautiful homes on a lake with mountain views, good access to a commute location, and that property is valued at $255,000 and is being used as a laydown yard because nobody will touch it for a residential development. So everybody is picking up the tab in the borough for that lost revenue. And I'm not saying that looking at anybody speaking here right now. That's not it. But if we're going to talk about gravel pits, and I'm glad to hear we're not going to make more pits. If we're going to talk about not having pits, what are we going to change to make sure that happens? So just as part of the conversation moving forward, if we have ideas for how we can actually require those pits to be reclaimed, I think that needs to go along with any effort to add more pits in the borough.
Comment? I don't think they want to touch, I don't think they're going to touch that.
That's more of a request, that if we're gonna, than anything else. I don't think you need to respond. I think you've explained where we're at with reclamation, that we really haven't been enforcing it, and we have many places where it hasn't been reclaimed.
I think we'll leave that in the comment section instead of question. Go ahead. Thank you.
If I could, Madam Mayor, I guess I would say the rules apply differently to grandfathered pits. I think what you're talking about is operations that were grandfathered in 2005 versus ones that have gone through the permitting process since we had reclamation standards. I think it was 2009. So there's a difference there.
Assemblyperson Bowles, did you have a question or comment?
So I agree with this Assemblymember Nowers. I think we need to look at other resources, and I think maybe we should relook at the Matanuska River. I think it's time. So in District 1, I actually have had quite a few people reach out, and they attended that meeting, and they asked for us to look into it. If that's maybe not right now, but I think that's something that we should seriously look into. Again, is looking at mining the gravel out of the Matanuska River, and pursuing that and getting information on that and seeing if that's something that people would be interested in. So, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any further questions?
Mayor?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
A question for Alex. So as of 2009, with reclamation, how are they doing on those pits that have been shut down? Are those getting reclaimed, or are we looking at all the ones prior to 2005 and back? Is that just putting a black eye on stuff?
Go ahead,
out of
sir.
curiosity.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so to be frank, enforcing our reclamation regulations have been challenging. And the biggest reason is there's the argument that we are not finished mining because there's no expiration to my mining, my permit, and therefore the clock to revegetate does not start. That has been the biggest challenge to enforcement of our reclamation standards.
Okay.
Okay. And then as far as coming up with rewriting some of the stuff, should we put that to a committee or something? Would that be helpful?
So I'll leave that up to the assembly. The planning department sure can work on it and take a stab at it. But if you wanted to form a committee, that's certainly an option as well.
Okay. Thank you, Alex.
Assemblyperson Gamble, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hey, Alex, when we issue a permit and while the operator is extracting materials from these pits, do we go out and monitor them to make sure that they're operating in accordance with their permit?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So the short answer is yes. We have, we've reallocated how our code compliance officers work. They used to just have cases all over the borough, and then we split them up into 4 different areas. We have 4 code compliance officers. Now we have three areas that code compliance officers handle, and then in one that's a floating code compliance officer that primarily goes to all the different conditional use permits and looks to see that they are operating in accordance with the permit that was issued.
Okay. Assemblyperson Sumner.
Oh, it was just a comment that I've actually already been talking to Alex about some changes to the gravel code, specifically the ones that he mentioned.
Okay. All righty. Any other questions or comments to staff? Okay. Ready. Thank you, gentlemen. Mike, do you have anything else on your report? Okay. Mr. Attorney, do you have a report for us?
I do not. We have an executive session later. I'll talk then.
Mr. Attorney, were you going to do something or not now?
In a little bit.
Not now?
Later, after our break. I'll do it after the break.
Okay. Okay. Madam Clerk?
You will find your clerk's report in your red folders. And just a reminder for everyone, this Thursday, we have our joint assembly state delegation meeting at the local information office at 10 a.m.
Okay, thank you. The next item on our agenda is citizens and other correspondence. Are there any comments on the citizens and other correspondence? Okay, seeing and hearing none. Madam Clerk, would you read the IMs into the record, please?
IM 25-260, reporting conclusion of contract number 23-083B with Northern Asphalt Construction, Inc. for a total contract amount of $2,185,282.14 for the Sherry Lake Drive, Karen Avenue, and King Arthur Drive Improvements Project. IM 25-262, informing the assembly of the manager's signature on and submission of a grant application to the Matsu Trails and Parks Foundation.
Okay, are there any comments on the IMs? Okay, hearing none, and they are presented. I would assume we have a sign-up sheet, do we, for audience participation? I see people here tonight I don't think that have been here before. Let me tell you what our ground rules are for audience participation is that we are respectful and that the audience participation is GP. And you are welcome to clap if at the end of somebody's testimony if you like. We do not allow any boos, no matter what anybody is saying, whether you agree with them or not. So I would like you very much to abide by those rules. We do have a sign-up sheet, and we will have those people testify first, and then we will open it up to the general audience, and then we'll also check online to see if there are people that want to comment. So, well, the first person is crossed out. Jackie, I guess you are second.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Assembly. My name is Jackie Goforth. A few weeks ago, I gave you the Frankfurt School of Social Engineering list of how you push communism and socialism into a country based from Frankfurt, Germany in 1923. And number 3 on that item is teaching sexualization and homosexuality to children. That's what was discovered, put out clear back in 1923, and it's been in effect anytime they try to push communism into a country. Now, one of the ways they try and do this is something called gaslighting. And I spoke with you about gaslighting a while back. It was based on a movie, the word is, and it's people who will tell you things that are not true, but they say it in an authoritative type speech pattern, and they act as though it is true, and then they say it over and over and over again until people start believing it is true. And so last week we had someone in here talking about the Library Citizens Advisory Committee from the school district, and how there was a lawsuit filed on that, and that the school district lost that lawsuit, and that is not true. The school district settled the lawsuit, but none of the money went to the people for the lawsuit. The money all went to legal fees. And if you see the article I just handed you, the Matanuska-Susitna School District has agreed to pay $89,000 in legal fees. None of the money says that it went to the people who filed, the children who filed. It went for legal fees for the attorneys who filed it. I also want you to know that during that Library Citizens Advisory Committee, they had removed 56 books. 56 books were removed from the school district for them to evaluate. They evaluated 37 of them. A judge decided, it was Judge Gleason in Anchorage, the judge decided to send 49 books back, not 56. The speaker stated last week that 56 books came out and 56 books were returned back. That is not true. 49 books were returned back. The reason the 7 books were not turned back is because of something called the Miller test. The Miller test is from the Miller versus California Supreme Court decision of 1973 that explains how you decide legally what obscenity is. And that committee of 11 people that included 7 members of the borough, 1 from each district, and 5 school employees, including librarians and teachers, unanimously decided that 7 books were obscene. Unanimously decided that 7 books were obscene, and the judge agreed with that. The judge agreed with that, or she would have put these 7 books back in. The only reason those 7 books were not put back in is because they were obscene legally. So whatever people tell you and come up here and say when they say they're going to threaten a lawsuit and etc., it's gaslighting. The second handout I gave you is a new book coming out. I want you to see that it's talking about abortion, saying it's a superpower, and it is a book slated for children 5 to 8 years old. I want you to know that's on the list coming out in January, and so we'll be looking at it very closely. Thank you.
Mary?
Good evening. My name is Mary Robinson. I'm a Matsu Borough resident, and I represent myself. At this time of year, happy holidays to everyone. Most of us think of how we can give back to our community, what the Jewish faith calls mitzvahs, good works. We also think of those family and friends that have passed away. Community members that care about libraries are legion, and I'd like to take a moment to remember those people who helped continually to move all of the libraries in the Matsu Borough forward over the years. Unfortunately, there are many people that I did not have the pleasure to know or to work with that came before me and before those that I will name in a moment. Oddly enough, it was said at the December 2nd Matsu Borough Assembly meeting that several community members said that only old women support libraries. Was I offended? No, I am an older woman. I grew up with brothers and have worked all my life in some aspect of the service industry. I know how horrible people can be, especially older brothers. Some of you have maybe served with the following people, or you are of an age where your parents or even your grandparents may have known them. These are the people that I personally knew and worked with, and all gave generously of their time and resources to support libraries, support library staff, and support intellectual freedom. No particular order, just people that I knew and loved and worked with to support libraries. Jan Lucas, Pam Okalander, Dick and Kathy Webb, Barbara Judd, Howard Nugent, Margaret and Leroy Heaven. I still miss his horse rides during the holidays. Julie and Jim Mead, Bert Cottle, and Mary Qualheim. These are all people that cared about libraries. I care about libraries, I care about library staff, and I care about intellectual freedom. And I wish you all a happy holiday. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda?
My name is Linda Spohn. To quote an article in the Alaska Story 2 days ago, breaking, doctor who was arrested for child porn is missing, house destroyed in fire. Authorities are investigating a house fire in Wasilla involving a cardiologist who was last week arrested on felony charges related to child sexual abuse material on 10 counts of possessing child sexual abuse material. Sounds like obscene pornographic material could be having a negative impact on adults in the Matsu Borough, well-educated adults, no less. My point is, moving the perverted, vulgar, obscene books in the Matsu Borough libraries from the youth section to the adult section is completely useless because minors still have access to the filthy, sexually explicit material that has very tragic consequences to adults, much more tragic for children. Obscenity and or pornography aren't healthy for anyone. It is very devastating and damaging, with very devastating and damaging results. Results that are so sad and shocking that adults could poison, prey on, and use children for illicit sex is evil beyond words. To force taxpayers to fund this evil and to stock it in our taxpayer-funded libraries and schools is absolutely criminal. May God help us through the shed blood of Christ Jesus, our Lord and Savior. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Yes, so that is everybody that signed up. Anybody that would like to testify? Yes, come.
Good evening, Mayor, Assembly. My name is Jeannie Trashinsky. I'm here tonight on behalf of myself. I am a Matsu Borough resident, have been for 32 years. Thank you, Mayor, for deciding tonight that it would be a good idea that people didn't boo, because it was really horrific at the last meeting. When you chastised someone for yelling out, "Go CTOC," but you allowed people to boo every single person who supported libraries that was here. That was abysmal. It's not acceptable, it's not okay. I have so many things, I'll just leave it at that for that. I surely hope in the next election pamphlet, we'll recognize Rob Reiner. He's a person who really did care about a better world for everyone. I am so sick of these people and their half-truths. Jackie Goforth loves to spew things, 99% of which are half-truths. She never mentions that 10 books of her 56 that she required be removed from school libraries were actually removed by librarians before the LCAC for the school district began to meet. because those librarians did their due diligence and said, those books should not be in school libraries. And I can tell you a lot of the background on that, but we don't have time for that. So, bottom line, the judge just agreed with the librarians. How much did it cost total for the borough? $89,000, yeah, went to the lawyers for ACLU. How much went to the school district lawyers? Way more than $89,000. They were at a lot of meetings and happened to talk to a lot of people, school board administration. Half-truths are not cutting it. I went to the borough library board meeting, and this one member was really upset because only one person, one parent in the whole valley has requested to know exactly what her kid checks out through the new system. That system has been advertised by your staff heavily. There's a lot of posters out, there's a lot of information. See, the problem is it's a manufactured crisis. It's not a problem. People that really use the libraries, parents that use the libraries, know how to watch what their kids are reading. They already can get that information by putting their own email into the system. We are wasting so much time and money, and it sickens me when I see how long it takes for this borough to respond to get a crisis center set up in what was surely a crisis a couple weekends ago. Maybe if we quit wasting time on manufactured crises for the party of hatred and cruelty and got down to the business of taking care of the people that you are supposed to serve, then maybe, just maybe, we wouldn't have problems like that and be lagging in things that we should never be lagging in. Well, I'm out of time. Got a lot more things. I'll write you a letter. Thanks.
Okay, anyone else would like to address the assembly on any subject? Yeah, come, Janice.
I promise I'm going to be nice. My name is Janice Norman. I'm a longtime Valley resident here. I just wanted to come up and talk about the building review board that is going to be discussed. I'm trying to remember my words here, sorry. We don't need a review council. How is it any different than having a board that's going to sit here and approve your plans or disapprove your plans, let you build or not let you build? All of us, I shouldn't say that's a fallacy. A lot of us are out here in the valley because we want the freedom of being able to do what we want to do on our property. And I don't appreciate all these efforts to try to create more revenue for the borough when it's not needed. I would really like for everyone to vote no on having a review board. We don't need it. One other thing that I did want to talk about, it had been brought up by Bruce Owens about a court hearing down in the States about the library books. And I would really like to see all this library talk be stopped. There are going to be court rulings that are going to come out, and they're going to be in support of the people who want the books removed from the libraries, and it's going to support them. And so I hope that this is something that you guys, if you haven't reviewed the court results from down in the States, that you review them and we start implementing that here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah, Jay, come.
Good evening, Jay Van Diest. And I just wanted to put my 2 cents in. I'm not in favor of the what is the ordinance? I forgot the number. Of needing a permit to build. I can't find the number. No offense to Mr. Sumner, but my understanding is it seems like from reading it, there's kind of 2 main reasons for it. And it was one to know where things are being built and to make sure they're done in compliance. And I get that. We're dealing with that a lot, of trying to get people in compliance. And I'm not I guess more rules does not compliance make. we can kind of see that mentality brought out in gun laws, where the strictest gun law cities also have very high violence. But it's not, I just don't think it's, a permit is the way to go about that. It may become the way to go about that, and we may be there. I may be wrong, but I don't think it is right now. Another way, I don't want to be Mr. No, so I thought maybe another way of getting this information out there, we try to get it out there a lot. I tell people almost daily about compliance issues with their building, but would be maybe some communication. We already have, the borough already sends out assessments, and along with that, every vacant land that is near a water body can have a water body setback notice in bold, that if you plan to build here, you have this to follow, at least 75 feet, but there's other things too. Try to get out some, there's already a lot of borough communication you send out when there's a land, any property sales, there's sent to both parties, and if, I know those things are trying to be communicated, but even trying to be communicated more, and maybe have Mr. Strawn on the radio talking about compliance issues. He's very good at it, and he does it in a reasonable way. But I just think another way of coming about this is communication, because I don't think, I think it'll make the compliant people have more work to do, and the non-compliant basically stay the same, and the fines can stay the same for non-compliance. But as far as making everybody comply to having to get a permit to build, I'm against that. So thanks.
Thanks, Jay. Anyone else? Yes, yes, sir, come.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Dave Maxwell. I would like to start with, there's at least 12 candidates now running for governor. Edna DeVries, you're one of them. You're the only one that has spoken in regards to the lack of trust that the people have in their government. You're the only one that's done that publicly. I agree with that, and there's proof of that by looking at the elections and the percentage that shows up. There's not very many. I can tell you, just had a personal statement the other day. I was at the bank. I was getting a notary, and I put in for one of those positions, George Rauschers. The person doing the notary on that paperwork I brought immediately said, "I didn't vote in the last election. What's the point?" I didn't bait that lady to tell me that. She told me that voluntarily. Surprised me, but it doesn't surprise me. When you got less than 10%, what is it, 10, 11%, that vote in a representative government, we have a major problem. The problem is we don't trust our government. Therefore, why would we want our government to now start regulating our building processes in our private land? The answer is no. It's a full stop no. We don't need permits, especially overseen by an entity we don't trust. That has to be heard. I hope you hear that loud and clear. Here's a way that you can gain your trust. Because I thought about, you need a contrast. Get rid of property taxes for private residents. We own that land. We bought it. Hard work, sweat. I mean, my God, I can tell you, it was a lot of work to own a piece of land and build a house on it. Learn how to build. I don't need to owe any more after I paid it off. So look at ways of getting rid of property taxes. That will begin to restore trust in government. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, anyone else? Mark?
Good evening, Mayor and Assembly. I don't know if a person can have so many no's and so many yeses, but I'm definitely not in favor of a permit. You imagine if you're up at Squetna or Lake Louise or Eureka and you want to build something and you're going to come and get a permit for it. I don't think that's why people live in the Mat-Su borough. That's not a good idea. And I'm definitely not in favor of selling alcohol at the newly purchased rec center in Big Lake. If you people probably are aware, a few months ago, there was a 16-year-old killed at mile 62 approximately on the Parks Highway. That's just south of White's Crossing by a drunk driver. And we want to have a borough facility supplying alcohol to people. They can walk, it's walking distance to floaters. I mean, I don't believe in taking business away from private people anyway, but I just think you're really putting your neck out if you want to have that in something. People go after the deepest pockets, so I wouldn't set the borough up for that kind of a situation. And, you know, the gravel talk, I find that pretty interesting, and I'm not saying that to be funny, I do, because that's a very important resource that everybody needs. And I've talked to people when they used to mine the gravel out of the river, and I don't know when that stopped, but they said when that was going on, you didn't have all that washout and losing all the homes up the road because of the way the river followed the channel from the mining. And, you know, I'm sure the environmental groups or something stopped it. I have no idea. But I was glad to see somebody talk about that. But let's just, and now I heard this thing, you know, Eagle Exit has been working for a few years trying to create their own borough. And now there's talk that maybe there's another group wants to merge with the Matt borough. You know, bigger isn't better. Look what happens in this nation, all the big cities, and now this borough would expand that much more. It's usually not good. Let these people that have started their process in Eagle Exit get through with it. If that doesn't work, maybe then look at it. But I wouldn't try to compete with a group that's already working on that. I mean, I don't blame the people. We know what goes on in Anchorage. I don't blame them a bit. But I don't know if this is the right time. Let those people do what they've set out to do. Have a Merry Christmas.
Mark, would you state your name, please?
Mark Spohn.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else that would like to address the assembly on any subject? It doesn't have to be on the agenda.
Hello, my name is Sherry Strezak. I wasn't sure if I was going to speak out of turn since I'm actually from Chugiak, but since that gentleman had mentioned Eagle Exit, I decided to come up. Even though I am grateful that all of you are considering annexing us to the Mat-Su, trust me, it would be a relief. However, like that gentleman said, we have started a process, and I think that process has been ongoing for probably nearly close to 10 years now. They put a lot of effort into it. So all I would ask is if at this time you could probably table the annexation and give us a chance to maybe get on our own feet and start governing ourselves. But if that doesn't work, I'm going to run to the valley just like everybody else does. So thank you very much for your time, and Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Thanks, Susie. Yeah.
Madam Mayor, I guess we ripped the Band-Aid off on Eagle Exit. So I'd like to also offer my thoughts. My name's Andy Hurd. I'm a Eagle River resident. I came with 4 other homeowners tonight, all of us interested in Mat-Su's interest in Eagle Exit. We ask you to table the resolution as well. The resolution states that our community has sought local self-governance and the resulting independence that's so fundamental to Alaskans. Anchorage dominates the governance of our community, and the revival of Eagle Exit years ago has given us a renewed chance for government by our own friends and neighbors for their friends and neighbors. And this is not so much about political alignment. Chugiak and Eagle River residents have very different and independent policy opinions. While I personally favor the leanings of Mat-Su rather than the leanings of Anchorage, it's not about policies. Many of my friendly neighbors do favor the policies of Anchorage. What we want is to locally determine our own policy. And the resolution 25-120 would simply trade one dominant governance for another. Madam Mayor, I ask that Mat-Su, as our benevolent neighbor north, support Eagle Exit all the way to the vote, and without distraction of the resolution to merge with Mat-Su. If upon that vote we don't achieve our self-governance goal to make our own policies, then I, as one voter, will gladly support joining our like-minded neighbors in Mat-Su. For now, I ask you to table that resolution, and I appreciate you hearing my opinion.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to? Yeah, Mark?
Madam Mayor, Assembly, Mark Johnson. I was born and raised in Eagle River, and me and my brothers, with the much help of our mom, drove us around all the subdivisions in Eagle River, passing out flyers on doors and stuff when they first broke away from, or tried to break away from the city of Anchorage. My dad was actually on the Assembly for a very short time until the court stepped in. I'm against the annexing of Eagle River by the borough. Eagle River's working on this. Let them work on it. We don't need to be involved with that. Secondly, the building review, I am absolutely against that. I see that as an infringement on personal property rights and unneeded tax. Thirdly, the dropping the lot sizes down to 30,000 square feet. I'm kind of envisioning like these little miniature felony flats scattered throughout the borough now. We don't need that. It's kind of ironic that over this last several months, the South Connect River Community Council was trying to get a SPUD, or special use district. And as a big part of that, they were pushing for 5-acre lots. And a lot of people had a lot of heartache with that. The current regulations are just fine. 1 acre is a good size for a minimal lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Well, Bill Stoltz of Chugach. My opinion is my own, without any affiliation with my involvement with the borough. I was from a secessionist family, just like my high school classmate, Mr. Johnson. My first campaign chairman was our first mayor, Lee Jordan. So we were steeped in that movement. And my legislative career, I wasn't involved in the secessionist movement, but more protecting the service areas. And I tell you, it was very bipartisan. Our most conservative Republican mayors and our most liberal Democratic mayors of Anchorage have mistreated, and our Republican mayors don't want to lose Eagle River because they don't want the hue of Anchorage to become even a darker blue. And we've had mayors, our most recent, the predecessor, the current one, talked a good game and certainly didn't have any support for basically shoot away the Eagle Exit people. But it's got to work out its own. It's good that there's an interest in talking about the Mat-Su, whatever permutation is. If you look at the history of Chugach Eagle River, we had to look to the Mat-Su. Anchorage didn't want to provide telephone service. They didn't want to provide electrical service. They didn't want to provide certain banking services. The institutions of the Mat-Su took the investment in infrastructure to provide those things that we take for granted now, but Anchorage had zero interest in Chugach Eagle River having those basic services. I was kind of ambivalent about which I wasn't committed to it, but I got to tell you the issue that pushed me to support Eagle Exit when I do is the school district. taxes and things you can live through. You can't live through torturing our kids in a school district like Anchorage. And that's what pushed me over the edge. But, you need all the friends you can get in an issue like this. So maybe it gets amended, maybe it's tabled, but positive, any positive expression for the plight of the people of Chugiak Eagle River and what they're dealing with is, I think, welcome. So that I represented both Chugiak and Mat-Su. There haven't been that many of us, but I got to tell you, when I needed help on an issue, I didn't go to the downtown Anchorage people. It was from the Mat-Su. And it's a good relationship. Maybe it's in the future, maybe not, but it's a good discussion. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Travis?
Hello, my name is Travis Reason. I live in Palmer, in the Mat-Su Valley. Yeah, I watched the presentation about the gravel, and it's really interesting. And he mentioned been talks about damming the river and dredging the gravel. I think it would just be best if you just get the gravel from the riverbed, especially near the Butte and Lazy Mountain area, because that's where most of the flooding happens. You see, the riverbed it's not shallow enough, so when it floods, the whole community is going down with it, and that's why you could put all the dikes and all the dams that you want, but with the Mat-Su Glacier, it's not going to get any bigger anytime soon. It'll be melting, and that means more floods. So yeah, so I was thinking, we could dig up all the gravel. We have plenty of gravel on the river area. I mean, it kind of looks like a desert, so might as well make the best use out of the gravel that we already have, and also it also act as a flood control. So you're killing two birds with one stone. And also, I've been reading about the Eagle exit, and I think it'd be best if they form their own borough instead of join the Mat-Su borough, because I think Eagle River, and I think I told this to some people. I like to compare Eagle River and Anchorage. Eagle River being the Titanic before it sank, and then Anchorage is the Titanic right after it hit the iceberg. So, Eagle River was annexed by Anchorage, over 50 years ago, and Eagle River is like this child that's being kept hostage by Anchorage, and Eagle River's grown up, and it wants to leave, and it wants its land back. So I'm all for it, and yeah, so I don't think that Eagle River has had enough drama from Anchorage, and I don't think it wants any drama from the Mat-Su borough. Not that there is any, but I think that it's time for them to have an identity of their own and may build a better community out of it. Thank you.
So I just got a note from the clerk, and so just for clarification, Resolution 25-120 will not have a public hearing tonight. So it is a resolution, and it's not on our agenda for a public hearing. And so if you want to testify either for or against it, now would be your opportunity. There will be a second audience participation later, but it'll probably be after the assembly has made the decision on that resolution. So we just want to be sure that everybody is aware. Thank you, Estelle. Yes, come forth, sir.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Sean Murphy. I've lived in Eagle River for over 25 years. I raised my family there, and both of them have moved out here to the valley with their families and have better jobs and better houses than I have. So you're doing something right out here, and I appreciate that. I have worked with Eagle Exit since 2019, and we learned how the local boundary commission works. And if you don't know what the local boundary commission is, please take a look at their website. It's got a lot of information and good information. But we've learned the process and we've worked really hard. We've hired, and I've just asked you to table this resolution, even though you're not talking about it tonight, but I would ask you to table it because our constituents, our supporters have spent a lot of money and a lot of time and effort and energy on trying to get self-governance for our communities. So that's why I'm here tonight and just want to ask you to consider that. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Assembly members, thank you for having us. My name is Matt Hickey. I have been a resident of Eagle River, Chugiak for almost over 35 years. I'm a business owner in Eagle River. And I just want to say that we started this process about 7 years ago. We've worked extremely hard, met once a week for 7 years. We have raised over hundreds of thousands of dollars from our voters in Eagle River and Chugiak. And we finally got to the point where we have our legal brief, we have our petition, we have our charter, we have our school charter, we have all of it done. It's all been submitted. And here's the thing. Right now it's in technical review, which means they got 45 days. So by January 5th, they may ask for an extension, but by January 5th, they're going to let us know if we can go ahead and collect signatures. Okay? And then we have a year to collect signatures. We have plans to do that a lot quicker than a year. So if the other group, if you don't table this indefinitely tonight, this is going to give the local boundary commission them permission to go collect signatures also. See, here I'm at Fred Meyer trying to collect signatures for Eagle Exit and to get the voters to sign for this. They're like, oh, I already signed that last week. I'm like, did you sure you signed the right one? This is what they're creating to us right now. We worked so hard on this, and I just beg you to table this indefinitely. Give us a chance to get this done. You know, there's some problems going on here. The people that are upset with us, I have no idea why. We've worked so hard on this. And I just am asking you to table this indefinitely or for 3 or 4 years or whatever. Let us finish our process and let us get this done. And I just don't understand what the animosity is here, why this is happening. This is like our worst nightmare happening. And we don't get it. We really don't understand why they're doing this. And as a citizen of, by the way, it's the Chugiak Regional Boroughs where I'm really from, Eagle River Chugiak. Just to let you know, that's our new name. But anyway, I really appreciate your time. And once again, I'm asking you to table this indefinitely because it's just, we need our chance to get this done. And we're so close to getting this done. And by the way, if you read the state constitution, it's designed for smaller boroughs, smaller home rule. I don't know how many are familiar with this, but by the way, if they even do have this go through, there's 5 board members of the local boundary commission that have to vote this through. And if they're showing that you're getting bigger, they're probably going to vote it down and not even let it go to the vote of the people, and then we're done. Everybody's done, period. We lose our chance and so forth. So keep that in mind when it comes to state law. Thank you for your time.
Madam Mayor, Assembly, my name is Rick Smith. I'm a 50-year resident of Eagle River. I have family lives out here north of Palmer up on Soapstone. Lovely place. You guys have a wonderful place out here. I've been out here many times. It's the first time I've been in here. This is beautiful. Really, really nice. I'm here to ask you, same thing as everybody else, please table this idea. When I first came up here, my dad we were still our own area out there in Eagle River. My dad drove around with other people as vigilantes because we didn't have police. I remember my parents wanted to be a part of Anchorage. because we could get police protection, we could get fire. And now I look at where my parents wanted us to go, and I don't like Anchorage. It's just not the Anchorage that it used to be. You guys are much more aligned with us. So if it didn't work out, I'd vote to come out here with you guys. Yeah, if that was our choice. But right now, please let us have the time, the opportunity to set it up for ourselves. I'm on a committee that we set up the school district. We've got great ideas for a brand new school district. It's cutting edge, hasn't been done really in the United States in the way we're doing it. Give us a chance to prove that we've got some things that could be really cool for the rest of the state, not only in education, but in government. But please give us that chance and table this and let this idea die a quick death, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Susan Crane, and I am a 28-year resident of Eagle River. Like people in front of me, I respectfully ask the Assembly to table Eagle River's annexation into the Mat-Su Borough. Tabling isn't a no, but it is the opportunity to let Assembly District 2, a population of roughly 50,000 people, build their own local government. The Eagle Exit Board and volunteers have invested thousands, if not tens of thousands, maybe even more than that, hours to reach this stage of submitting a full petition to the Local Boundary Commission for an informal technical review to detach from Anchorage and form our own home rule borough. And the goal isn't necessarily to escape Anchorage, but we do want, it's for a mature community's right to govern itself. The petition package, as said earlier, it's currently under a 45-day review. I believe we're about halfway through it by the LBC. So we're going to be having an update on the review status here shortly after the new year. And I just do not see a reason for any decision to be made at this point. This resolution is an Assembly-sponsored signal to begin discussions and considerations for annexing Chugach-Eagle River into the Mat-Su. It just seems premature and unnecessary to pursue the annexation and can send mixed messages to the citizens, not to mention being totally confusing. So please, again, table this resolution and let the residents of Assembly District 2, Eagle River Chugach, be the ones to decide what direction they want to go. The choice is either self-governance, where the residents can make their decisions for their community, and the other option is just jumping right into someone else's government structure. We love the Mat-Su, but let us get through this. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to?
Good evening, Assembly members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm in favor of all of the Eagle River members who have spoken tonight, the residents, of allowing us to have that opportunity to break free, detach from Anchorage, and become our own borough. And I would appreciate it if you would vote or either table it tonight if you can, but if you cannot, please vote no to annex. We want to be our own borough, and this annexing is not a representation of the Eagle River people, Chugach people. I don't know, I think it's an entity that has some other maybe hidden agenda or reason for wanting to annex, but we do not want to trade one master for another. We want to sustain ourselves. We can do it. We've done the research. We have documentation that shows we can sustain ourselves. And we're prepared to go forward with detaching from Anchorage. And this is what the people want. And Eagle Exit has always been representative of the people. And they have spoken to us. We've reached out to many people in the community. We've made ourselves available. We'll answer any questions. We'll repeat ourselves as often as needed. And the more the people know, the more they understand how good it will be to detach. And the people who are against it are those who have not done their research on us and our efforts. We have a charter. We developed a transition plan, so there's no, it's a very thought out process that we've developed. And we've submitted the petition, and it's under review, and we're looking forward to that. We're ecstatic that we've come this far, and I just hope that you will consider that being the borough that you are very much like we would like to be as ourselves. We do like the Mat-Su borough, and because I know that you value these being independent, that you would give us that opportunity to have that chance to be independent as well. We've worked very hard on this. I thank you for your time tonight.
Ma'am, would you state your name, please, for the record?
It's Linda Lay.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Assembly, Madam Mayor, good evening, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
The young lady that just went ahead of me, that's my 26-year combat qualified spouse. I'm retired Air Force. We served in Elmendorf for 9 years, had a hiatus to North Dakota, then ended up at Eielson. We retired. We first got here, we lived in Anchorage. We thought that was really good. We participated in a lot of things. Since we retired and came back, I grew up in Detroit, i.e. like Berlin after World War II. You can go into Detroit and there's areas, it's not bombed out, but it's burned out. The city is in decay. Now, when we got back here in 2009, I look at Anchorage since that time. Anchorage is now falling in decay. When we sit out in Eagle River, we have 2 people representing us. The rest of them, the other 9, are all from the greater Anchorage area. I'm Air Force, but my Navy brethren and the Marines are a department of the Navy. So they get whatever the Marine or the Navy doesn't want, the Marine Corps gets. Kind of feels like what we get in Eagle River. After the earthquake, we were the last schools to be renovated and fixed up and back on track, if you will. Last year in 2024, going to the Eagle Exit meetings, the state and the federal government gave our school district $94 million. We only saw 53. We don't have children, but our stake in the game is watching all the children in the local area being educated. Being a service member, Uncle Sam sent me to a lot of schools. I took advantage of it. I have a number of degrees. Education is key. If we want to be able to do what we're doing right now with educated people, we have to have better schools. Unfortunately, Anchorage is lacking in that. My investment on the schools, I'm not getting a very fair return on investment. So what I'm going to ask you to do is, I don't know if you call it shelve it, put it in the back of the file cabinet, annexing. My wife and all the other folks at Eagle Exit have spent a number of years on this. We are this close to getting this done. Then we'll go out and get the signatures, and then we'll move forward. Then it's up to the people of Assembly District 2. Do you want to break away? The confusion now is we're having people come to us and ask us, what is this? I thought we were breaking away and standing alone. Now we're going from Anchorage to come out here. That's not what we're trying to do. This is adding confusion. The other thing, a few guys that were sitting here talking about your land, your resources, the gravel, the gentleman back here with permitting and that sort of thing. I went to school and some of the education I had was for the oil and gas industry and mining. Yes, you can take gravel from rivers. You just have to do it in a certain way so you don't cause more flooding, but you eliminate it. I'm thinking we get out there, Chugach Eagle River stands on itself, and then what we can do is help you with your gravel situation. It helps us both. But I please ask you to bench that, set it on the shelf, and consider it down the road after we've pushed this forward, our Eagle Exit. Thank you.
Can I have your name, sir?
Yes, ma'am. It's Mike Lay.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you, ma'am. Again, Merry Christmas.
Yeah, you too. Okay, anyone else?
Hello, everyone. My name is Lee Hammermeister. I was born and raised out in Eagle River on Highland Road. And for the last 6 years, I've been working with these wonderful folks over at Eagle Exit. That's how I got introduced to politics. From getting involved in that project, I went on to join my community council, and now I represent them in a number of different boards, namely the Streets and Roads Board out in Eagle River with street maintenance and the such. And what I've learned throughout this process is how important it is to have self-representation and self-determination. Through my involvement, I've seen how Eagle River manages its own service areas and provides for itself. And I know how important it is for us to go ahead and have that ability to have local voices making local choices, and how overshadowed we've been by Anchorage and its agenda, and how it does not align with the needs of Eagle River. We've worked a really long time on this, put in thousands of hours, and the community has supported us in a huge way moving forward over these 6 years. We have the financial ability to do this, and then some. And we really just need to go ahead and allow the process to take care of itself with the petition that we've submitted for a technical review to the LBC. So my ask would be that you table the resolution for annexation, and if you're unable to table it, please vote no to give Eagle River the time it needs to go ahead and carry out its process for self-determination. Thank you.
Thank you. Ken?
Merry Christmas, Madam
Merry Christmas.
Mayor, Assembly. I'm Ken McCarty from Chugiak. So I'm in favor of the annexation concept. And the reason that this has come about is that this Eagle Exit has been working on this for about 7 to 10 years. And we're not seeing movement happening, and Anchorage is out of control, as you know, or we definitely know that. And so as it's not recognizing our service areas, our community councils, our planning for our area. In fact, they're putting in development without following the guidelines that we have for the comprehensive plan. And we've got to get out right away. And that's when we came up to people here in Mat-Su and asked the question, has anybody asked whether annexation is a consideration? And that question a year and a half ago, when we asked it, said no one's asked the question. I know I asked the question of Eagle Exit people and other people 6 years ago to ask the question. So we look at what are options on the table. So we're exploring options. And that's what we're here now with this 25-120, is to explore what kind of options exist. And even the local boundary commission has asked that question. The Annex Now people have submitted a technical review back in May to the local boundary commission. And we received back from them in July saying, here's different things, and what does Mat-Su say about this? Are they even interested in looking at the option? So here's the question now with the resolution. If you want to explore the option with us and see that, the boundary commission is interested to hear that too. If you say, no, we're not interested, then the Annex Now thing stops and Eagle Exit is moving forward. But here we're asking the question, what are our options? So I encourage you to keep on exploring this piece here. And for the whatever process there of the vote, that it's not going to happen tonight, I know, but to ask the question, what are the options? And by the way, Anchorage is not just affecting Anchorage and Eagle River. It's affecting the whole state. And as a former State House representative, seeing that trickle effect that it's doing to the state, and you're seeing that here in Mat-Su, where you're seeing a lot of people from Anchorage leaving and coming here, that what can we, Chugiak Eagle River, Mat-Su, do to change this tide that Anchorage is doing to the state? So I encourage you to proceed forward with the vote or consideration of 25-120. If there are any questions, I'm happy to address those. And by the way, again, have a Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Dan Kendall. I spent my childhood in Valdez, my teenage years in Spenard, and the rest of my life in Eagle River. I'm a 53-year resident there. I think Bill Solt is the only one that's lived there longer than I. I just want to say thank you for allowing us to have this discussion about the future of Chugiak Eagle River. We need your support in having the discussion. You know, it may turn out that it doesn't happen, but we at least need to have the discussion, because years ago, we didn't have the discussion. You know, Anchorage, or the court system said in 1975, said we couldn't have our own borough. And then there was a combination of city of Anchorage and the borough government of Anchorage that combined, and that kind of took us all over, and we didn't have any more choices. One of the compromises in taking us over, they said we could have our own road service area, our own park service area. The Chugiak Volunteer Fire Department already existed. And so we can expand our services that already exist out there to cover the needs of the area. We have to work with you on a school district, and we have to work with you or the other cities out here on a police force. But it's just so important that we have this discussion. As far as I can tell, Eagle Exit is trying to rush things through after 10 years, and they're saying their way is the only way. I say let's have the discussion. You all, in many different ways, have been part of Chugiak Eagle River. When Anchorage Utilities didn't want to come service, your utilities did. I mean, it's that kind of cooperation that we've seen over the years, and thank you for that happening. And so I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dan. Anyone else?
Excuse me, Madam Chairman and Assembly. My name is Patty Bailey Ruiz, and I'm a 45-year resident of Eagle River, Chugiak, and also a cabin owner in Willow. So I have interest in both areas. I'd like to just read this. I'm not a good public speaker, but I just want to say that at this time, I feel the most responsible course for Chugiak Eagle River is to table the annex now to Matsu proposal and allow the Eagle Exit effort to complete review by the Local Boundary Commission. These two paths lead to fundamentally different outcomes. Annexation would place our community under the governance, charter, and school district of another borough, while Eagle Exit preserves the option for residents to decide whether they wish to form a new home rule borough with full local authority. Given the long-term consequences of either choice, it is reasonable to first consider the option that is already undergoing formal state review. We have worked a long time and very hard, and I don't feel like we're rushing anything. It's been 7 years. It took that long to get all the information correct, all the facts, all the monies involved, put together to present this to the Local Boundaries Commission. And now they're at the point of deciding if we can go on with the petition. And I feel like we've earned that to get that decision, to bring a petition to our community to see if people do want to separate or do they want to go with a different option. And then at that time, if that's their decision to do something different, then we can come back to the borough. I appreciate your time, and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Any questions?
During the audience participation, we don't allow interchange between the assembly and the people that are testifying. So go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Sandvik, and I am a lifelong Alaskan, as well as my family who's out in that area. I've been kind of part of Beagle Exit since the very beginning. I was told to come and listen to what was being said, and I thought, wow, this is really interesting because it's all about local control, which is what our forefathers wanted. They wanted us to be part of our politics and have those discussions and be able to debate. And the more I heard, the more I really was interested. And because I'm a teacher, I was asked to be part of the education committee. And we have really researched hard for 2 years looking to make a school district that would be something that the other cities in Alaska would want to come to, a beacon. Our state is like 49 or 48, depending on what poll you look at, out of 50 states in the United States. And I just feel like they deserve more. Our kids deserve more. And we really have gone through ideas and cutting edge information to try to make the best school district we can. And that's what our community is about. We want the kids to be successful. We want the parents to want to be there. We want to have a great community. And if we just get the chance to get that vote, I think that's fair. Like, we just want to be our own entity. Nothing against Matsu. I went to Wasilla High School, graduated, went to UAA, graduated. I'm an Alaskan, but part of Alaska is that independence, and we want our independence. So please table the discussion for now. Sorry about my dry mouth. And thank you for listening. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening. My name is Colleen Vague. And as I sit here and listen tonight, and I have been listening on the radio for other things as well, we're looking at Anchorage, which is considering this week and putting forth a 3% sales tax plus a 1% walking tax. So we're not just talking about North Eagle River, we're talking about Midtown, downtown, South Anchorage. They're all going to be frustrated with what's going on in Anchorage, and where do they all tend to go? We've heard them tonight. Many of the people here testifying tonight wait for this to happen. I don't disagree with that. That's not my opinion to make. It's up to them. But what have they said in addition to that? If we aren't successful with what we're doing, we'll move to the valley. So as a person who has been in the valley, and not a very long time for many people, have only been here 30 years, but the population has gone from 46,000 to what it is now, over 100,000, 110,000. And if that trend continues, because most of those people, believe it or not, come from Anchorage, and that's going to continue. So now we're talking about permitting to build. We're talking about concrete and other thing, gravel for roads. We're talking about schools. We need to start being a government of planning for the future. I'm so tired of the Matsu just reacting to bad experiences from what's already happening. We can foresee this. We can start thinking about it. It's time to make some planning decisions that are long-term that are going to benefit the valley. So as we look at this and we consider what's going on in Anchorage, that's where my focus is right now. I've got a kiddo in school. I drive on the roads that don't always get plowed. I've got wind situations coming up that don't always get taken care of. I'm asking you to please look at this, foresee this, and start planning for it. Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'm sorry, sir, you've already testified. Sorry. Caleb, would you have some people online? Go ahead. Who's first online, please?
Good evening, Assembly. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Sam Tanksley, and I'd like to give a shout out to the guy who went before, I believe, Mr. Mark Newsom, if I got the name right. The man who went before him and said the biggest thing that the Assembly could do would be get rid of property tax. I know I've spoken on that, I think, 3 times when I went to the last couple of meetings. Tonight, though, I did want to speak on something related to that, and Bureau member Mike Brown actually informed me that property tax, correct me if I'm wrong, in the future, does go to education. And so I'm a fourth generation on one side and third generation military child. My sister just went into the military. My mother and father both served. My grandfather served. My grandmothers on both sides were munitions makers for the Korean and Vietnam Wars. And so I was definitely raised with discipline, with respect, and that education and learning were very important. And the ability to read was important, and so on. On top of that, I also have 2 sisters, one who is a gymnastics instructor and the other one who's a teacher's aide and is getting a bachelor's degree to become an actual professional teacher at the University of Alaska. And from her, who I believe is a good source, she tells me that education is not what it used to be, comparatively speaking, to how we were taught, and most of us were homeschooled. And if the citizens of the Mat-Su boroughs' tax dollars are going towards education, and I understand you guys cannot answer me directly, so I do have the mayor, Ms. Edna's contact information. What say do we have in what children are being taught in school? Because as I understand it, language arts, history, math are basically what you need. Anything aside from that, I feel like is not really necessary unless you were to add something that helps the children work in the local area as they grow up. You know, I would like to see vocational trades being taught at a high school level rather than at a college level, so that when we have things like roads breaking down, you know, children who are, 18 plus, they've been learning this for the past 3 or 4 years, they can actually get out there and they can volunteer and assist and be more effective with that. I'd like to see everything from firefighters, nursing, handling. I'd like to see all that taught at a much lower level, especially if the citizens of Mat-Su are going to be paying for it. If property tax dollars are going there, then we should have a say in that. Now, I still would prefer property tax to be removed completely. I do not think it's right that if I buy a house, I have to continue to pay again and again for it after I've earned it with my hard-earned money. At the same time, my time is up.
Yeah.
But that's my main point, and hope you guys can take that into consideration. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Go ahead. Who's ever next online, please?
Hi, yeah, my name is Catherine Margolin. I am the chair of Eagle Exit at this point, so I will continue the discussion with Eagle Exit if that is okay. And thank you, Madam Mayor and honored Assembly members. I do appreciate that you have been listening a lot to Eagle Exit supporters tonight. Just honestly, they've said almost every single thing I was going to say tonight, so I'll keep it very short. But just so you know, we did actually submit a petition in 2023 to the Local Boundary Commission for an informal technical review, and he came back with some pretty major changes we had to make. One was to bulk up the school district, and the other main thing was to establish a better plan for separation of assets and liabilities. And so we did that. That was what we've been doing for the past couple of years. As you heard from Rick Smith, who's been leading the education committee, they basically were given a blank slate to design the school district of their dreams. And they've done just this incredible, amazing thing that I'm just excited to implement. And we've had expertise from people who are municipal experts, legal experts, financial experts, who are very familiar with the Anchorage financial situation. And they've given us a very clear picture of how to separate both the bonded indebtedness, how to restructure it, and how to divide assets in a form that's equitable for both parties, for both us, the new Chugach Regional Borough, and for the Anchorage. So honestly, I think we are just at the precipice of getting this this amazing project into the hands of the voters. And I would, like everybody has been saying, we'd love to have that opportunity. So thank you so much for listening to us, all of us, and to the people who aren't necessarily on the board, but who tonight, I just so appreciate everybody's time.
Whoever's next online, please go ahead. Or we don't have any? We do. Okay. Go ahead, please. Oh. Oh, okay. I thought you'd hold up 3 fingers before, but anyway. Okay, thank you. So I'll bring it back here one more time, and anybody that hasn't testified is welcome to testify, and then we will close audience participation. And again, you can testify on any subject. So is there anyone else that would like to? Yes. Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is JD Hatley. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to testify now. I signed up, I think, to testify later, but I didn't want to miss the opportunity. I just wanted to come and talk about the permit that you guys are talking about. I'm very much against it, and I just want to explain why. I've actually worked with the borough for like 15 years now. I got involved with the borough trying to do a subdivision that my grandparents gave up on after like 10 years. And as I took it over, I thought that the borough hated me. And I thought that they were making up things, which I did hear later that they were making up some things for me. So eventually, I got on the planning board, and what I realized is they hated everyone equally, which actually made me feel a little better. But at first, I just took it all really personally. But I want to tell you, I work with the borough a lot, especially I was on the planning board for a little bit, and in planning. And what this does, it gives so much power to unelected bureaucrats. And it sounds really simple. I was there when we made the new construction manual, and it was really simple. But they got all of us to buy in on it because it was so simple, and it was easy to read, and it was good. As soon as it passed, they started working on making it more difficult. And basically, the borough had their list of agenda items that they said they weren't going to implement, that they immediately tried to implement. And I recently worked with the planning department, and I'm going to tell you what happens on the planning board and on the planning department. And this is really what happens. I work with these guys all the time, and I've even warned the new people. You submit a simple plan, and then they then send it to every department in the borough. Every department and the state gets a buy-off. And so then they will ask for all these crazy things that aren't in code. I'm a code expert, and then I will literally say, where is this in code? And they say, look, Jamie in the engineering department is asking for this. You guys are laughing because this happens to everybody. And then they're not willing to fight my battles and go to engineering and say this isn't code. And so they just make you do all this crazy stuff. And I have a lot of friends that also do subdivisions, and I counsel them. And what happens is they come to the meetings, and they say 1 through 5 are required, but then they say 5 through 15 is what we want to see. And what you don't realize is what they want to see isn't in code anywhere. It's just what they're making up. They might want 30 driveways or whatever, and you can't really fight them because they always say it's for public safety or something. Anyway, I don't want to give so much power to unelected bureaucrats. I think this is a huge mistake. We had the permit before, and it creates so many issues. You think it's simple, you think it's solving problems. That's what the borough does. They tell you it's going to solve all these problems, and then they get in there and change it and make it way worse. My time's up. All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Anyone that hasn't testified? Oh, come on, Jess.
Jesse Sumner. I'd just like to say I agree with absolutely everything that guy just said, and I think this permitting ordinance would be not a very good idea. And there's timelines laid out in the multifamily permit too, and those things, they get dragged out for months. If we're trying to permit every construction project in the Matsu Borough, there's not enough staff in this building that you can't hire enough. It's going to be a huge mess, and please just don't do it. I'm the one that's going to have to apply for these things too. So my brother that's on the assembly is maybe not considering me either on this. So thanks.
Anybody else that hasn't testified? Yeah, Sally, come.
Hello, Assembly. I know many of you now. My name is Sally Pollen. I've lived all my life in Alaska, 40 years in Palmer, and I live right outside the city limits of Palmer, and I'm in the Mat-Su Borough, and I appreciate not having to have had get a building permit when I built my little cabins. So I don't want to see that started. I want to see the Mat-Su Borough just as outside of the people's property and the people's lives as possible. And on another subject, I remember years ago, I heard about Eagle Exit. And I really appreciated those people that are working so hard to pull away from the city of Anchorage. And so this was the first I'd heard about the city of, or the Mat-Su Borough wanting to annex them, but it looks overwhelming that they want to be their own voice. And so I hope that happens too. I guess that's about it.
Thanks, Sally. Anyone else now that hasn't testified that wants to address the assembly? Okay, do we have anybody online? No? Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and close audience participation. Okay, go ahead, whoever's online, please.
Yeah, hi. My name is Rob Timmons, and I would like to, my name is spelled Timmins. I'm 27-year resident of Eagle River, just recently moved to the Valley, but I'm still on the board of Eagle Exit, and I wanted to say that I think that I know Ken McCarty. I know of his efforts. We had discussed it quite a bit in our meetings, and decided that it was placing the cart before the horse. We all love Mat-Su. Mat-Su is an order of magnitude better than Anchorage Borough, but we'd like to give our 6-year effort of detaching and self-rule the old college try. As you probably heard through numerous other testimonies, our efforts to detach and all of our documents are before the LBC right now, and I think they have another 3 weeks to go. So let's give it a run. Let's give it a shot. I think that that's the least we can do. We deserve that for self-rule, and let's let it run its course. If that eventuality fails and the people decide against it, and all the powers that be want it to fail, then we'll at that point maybe talk to you good folks. But right now, I'd like to submit shelving or not tabling, I guess is the word, 25-120. And you guys have a Merry Christmas, and keep doing the good work. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Now we got one more? Okay. Go ahead, whoever's next online.
Hello, Madam Mayor and honorable assembly members. My name is Michael Tapoliro. And Madam Mayor, I've got a procedural question, and I'd like to reclaim my time if I could. Is that appropriate in audience participation? You have removed the resolution out of the agenda, which means effectively that one of the assembly members can put it back in at another time. And the reason why I'm asking that is because the good people of Eagle River and Chugiak both sides, the Annex Now and the Eagle Exit movement, have all come out to talk to the Assembly and let them know what's on their mind. And if this resolution were to resurface again, all of us, I think, would see that as a slap in the face. Could you elaborate on that, please?
I'm sorry, we can't have any discourse between the Assembly and people that are testifying, so
understand.
go ahead and testify to your position, sir.
Thank you. I'll submit that as part of the record of my testimony then, please. Eagle Exit represents a constitutionally grounded evolution of Alaska's local governance landscape. Keep in mind that when we originally started this back in the 50s, the idea of small local governments to pretty much self-rule. If you look at Article 10 of its Constitution, that affirms that. By restoring the practical meaning of home rule, it asserts community sovereignty challenges decades of legislative centralization and offers a model for limited, accountable government consistent with Alaska's founding principles. Now, Mr. McCarty has indicated that the local boundary commission is open to hearing about the annexation. That is misinformation. The local boundary commission may have heard about the Annex Now movement through the media, but it has not been informed by staff. That has not been included in their reports, nor has it been included in any meeting minutes of the local boundary commission that I am aware of. And I would offer Mr. McCarty to please offer that as proof that the local boundary commission is seeing that as a viable term. The second thing is, the third thing is the most important thing, is Eagle River and Chugach does not want to trade one master for another. I will respectfully ask the Borough Assembly tonight to pass a motion to table indefinitely this resolution. Thank you so much for your evening. I appreciate it, and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Thank you, sir. We don't have anybody else now, right? Okay. We don't have, yeah. Okay, so I'll give the people here one last chance that hasn't testified that would like to. Okay. And still nobody online, right? Okay. Alrighty, so I'm going to close audience participation. And I believe from the changes that we had earlier, we're now considering, you want to go ahead and read, Madam Clerk?
Resolution 25-120, a resolution to initiate discussions and considerations regarding the proposal to annex the Chugach Eagle River area into the Matanuska-Susitna Borough.
Okay. We need to, someone going to move, put that on the table.
I can do it.
Oh. Assemblyperson Fauna?
Yep, okay. I'd like to move arrest 25-120.
Okay. Discussion by the Assembly. Yes, Assemblyperson Sumner.
I move to postpone indefinitely.
You move to what?
I move to postpone this indefinitely.
Indefinitely, okay. Yes. Assemblyperson Bowles?
You beat me to it, but I believe we need to table it. That makes it indefinite. Postponing can be brought back.
Indefinitely,
Okay.
indefinitely sort of
Okay.
kills it, yeah. Well, Assemblyperson Fauna?
Sounded like some of the people were asking for a certain amount of time so that they get the review back. So I would like to see it being postponed with a certain time, and then we revisit after what the results they get back. And if they don't get the results that they hope to get, and that will put just resurrect this discussion, and we'll revisit, and maybe some of those people will come back and be asking for it. So I think more of a 60 or 90 days is what I would rather see. And then at that time, if this is still needed, it might be a good time to move forward. And if it's not, and they got the result that they want, I'm okay, because we're not choosing one group over the other. So I think if we just give this a little bit of time, I think it'd be a reasonable thing to ask.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to postpone indefinitely. Yes, Assemblyperson.
Can I
Sumner.
amend my motion to 1 year?
That would be a time certain then, right, Madam Clerk? So we would,
That would be a meeting in December 2026, which we can vote on that.
okay. So let me ask for, is the Assembly have any problem with changing the word indefinitely until 1 year? You do? Okay, so then we'll vote.
I don't.
Okay, so, but you want to,
It should
be
withdrawn.
it should have been withdrawn and then a new motion. Okay,
I withdraw my motion.
okay. Is there any objection to Assemblyperson Sumner withdrawing his motion? You do have an objection? Okay, so then we will vote on the motion to withdraw.
So yes, we'll allow just withdraw so we can continue discussion.
Yes would allow him to withdraw it. No would mean that it could not be withdrawn.
Okay, so we can have discussion. Okay.
Correct. If I could get the members in the room to vote.
Okay, so he made a motion to postpone indefinitely. Then there was discussion about whether it should maybe be a year, and he wanted to change it to a year. But the parliamentarian, our clerk, says that he needs to withdraw the motion to postpone indefinitely. And then it'll be, and so if that is done, then he would be back open to the assembly action for anything. Okay, so the clerk has asked everyone to vote. Has everybody done that? Okay.
Ron Bernier, could I get your vote? Assemblymember Bernier?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So the motion passes with Assemblymember Sumner, Bowles, and Nowers opposed.
Okay, so now do you, somebody haven't, okay, Assemblyperson Fauna, go ahead.
I mean, it's oftentimes that I notice that we don't have a discussion. Somebody makes the motion to refer it, or definitely, I'd like to have a couple minutes of discussion on this, and then to see what direction we want to go, because I think we need to understand what it is, and I do have some questions to attorney so that we are filled in about what we're doing, and then make a decision, because whether we just kill it instantly without any discussion, I think that does the injustice. So I want to have discussion. People have been waiting, and I think it's not a bad thing for me to ask here. And I do have a couple questions to attorney, if I may.
Okay, Assemblyperson Bowl.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree. Discussion's a great thing. So I guess I'll begin. So my concerns are all emotions aside, the Eagle Exit Group has been working at this, and they've been working hard, and they are getting ready to be at a point where they potentially are at almost the last stages of obtaining the ability to go and petition. And so, as we saw with ranked choice voting, as we saw with many other things in the past, any form of confusion can destroy an effort. And I think that if we involve ourselves, we will add to that confusion. We may chop the legs out from underneath the Eagle Exit Group. They started this. They've put in a lot of work, a lot of money, and that's not to say that the Annex Group has not, but I believe that we, the borough, we could support, we can write letters, we can do those sorts of things, but I think getting involved at this point could very well kill this for the people that have been working on this for 7 years. And I believe in autonomy. I believe that these good people from Eagle River have the right for autonomy. They're not trying to come out from Anchorage and underneath us. I would agree with everybody here who said that we are better than Anchorage, 100%. And I appreciate that. And we are your you know, your neighbors to the north, and we're here to support you. And in that effort, I would ask that my colleagues vote to table this so that we can allow them the opportunity to complete what they've started. Thank you.
Is that a motion, sir?
Not at this time. We'll see what the rest of the discussion does.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
So,
Person from up?
gosh, attorney, this, I guess, question to the attorney, because you're the one that helped me put together. What does this resolution commits us as a borough to, basically? Or is this just a requirement for one of the groups to just continue their effort? What do we have to lose with this resolution, I guess? What are we committed to?
What do we
Mr.
have to
Attorney?
lose?
I guess,
We're
what
all-
are we
I mean-
committed to by passing this resolution? I guess, what is our commitment because of this resolution? Because my understanding is a discussion, so I want you to explain the legal side of things.
It's in the title. The only commitment under this resolution is that I mean, get the title here. To initiate discussions and considerations regarding the proposal to annex. So that's it. That's all we would start to do, is start discussing with the group who wants to annex what that might look like.
Okay, so it's just a conversation, okay. If conversation's gotten so far that we have some kind of traction, would Matsu Borough residents have a say in the vote before, it's not like overnight thing, would Matsu Borough residents have a chance to vote on this annexation?
I have no idea. I didn't look into the annexation and detachment. This is to initiate those discussions. My office is very busy. We're down a lawyer right now. I don't have the time or the inclination to chase things that we're not involved with. So I don't know.
Okay, because from my understanding, when I was discussing with some that Matsu definitely would have the option, and I would love to, if we ever gotten that far, for the residents to ultimately have the say in it. So, in my understanding, both sides need to agree on this. It's like a marriage. And I don't know, I don't know how this puts a, hole in the tire of the other group, but what I would say about, with the time frame that they said, what they got going, 6 months, we can revisit it and have a conversation. And then if, maybe by that time, the other group will need us. And if not, then at that time, we kill it if they have a traction that they want to do. I think it's a reasonable request. So my motion would be to 6 months.
So you're making a motion to postpone for
Postpone this for 6 months, yeah.
for 6 months?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
We would need to pick a date, a specific date for that in 6 months.
And did we already, so that would be June, right?
June of some kind, I guess, huh? Being that,
I think we do have new calendar we approved, right? So,
That would be June 16th.
yeah, so that's falls exactly to the date, yeah. So that's would be what I would like to see.
Okay, so now the discussion will be just on the postponement. Okay? Assemblyperson Gamble?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I got a question for the clerk. So if we table this indefinitely, we could just bring another resolution back in the future that would just accomplish the same thing, right?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. So I agree with Assemblymember Bowles. I don't want to do anything that is going to give the Boundary Commission the idea that we want to get involved in annexing Chuyak and Eagle River. I think it sends a very confusing mixed message. And anybody who believes that the Boundary Commission is not politically motivated is you're kidding yourselves. So I think that we should table it indefinitely, and that after
The motion is for 6 months, so.
right, and so I'm
So you
arguing,
would
I'm arguing
have to
against
s-
that.
Well, yeah, that's
Okay.
what I wanted to hear, yes
Okay.
or no on the motion.
I'm arguing
You
against
can't
it.
change the motion to indefinitely.
Okay, okay, I don't think we should postpone.
Well,
Okay, thank you.
we have a motion to postpone for 6 months.
Right.
We have to take care of that first.
Right, and I'm
Okay,
I'm
and
taking
we
care
have
of it.
other people that want to talk about it, so
I get that. and
I
I'm-
can't,
I
I
am.
can't take another motion from you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Assemblyperson Nowers, I think.
I agree with Assemblymember Bowles and Assemblymember Gamble. We shouldn't insert ourselves into Eagle River politics and not kick this thing down the road. I will be opposed to the motion for 6 months and move to postpone this indefinitely.
Okay, Assemblyperson Sumner.
I agree with Assemblymember Bowles, Assemblymember Gamble, and Assemblymember Nowers. I would ask that we all vote no on this motion, and then someone can bring back the original motion, and we can vote yes on that one.
Alrighty. Any other discussion on the motion to postpone for 6 months? Ma'am?
Postponed to June 16th,
June
2020,
16th.
26.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk?
So if I could get all the members in the room to vote. Assemblymember Bernier? All right. Assemblymember Bernier, could I get
No.
your vote? That was a
No.
yes?
That was a no.
Oh, that was a no? Okay.
Okay.
All right, it failed with Assemblymember Fawnoff in support.
Okay. So now we're back to the main motion to adopt the, Assemblyperson Nowers.
I move to postpone indefinitely.
Okay,
A second.
right, so we have a motion on the floor now to postpone indefinitely. Discussion on that. Okay, is there any objection to postponing indefinitely? Yes, we have an objection. Okay, Madam Clerk?
If I could get the members in the room to vote? Assemblymember Bernier? Can you hear
Deputy
me?
Mayor, we need you to vote, please. Is this-
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we
Okay.
can hear you.
Yes.
Thank you now.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
The motion passed with Assemblymember Fawnoff opposed.
Okay, we're ready. So are we ready for a break? Okay.
Mayor? Actually, before we take a break, at the beginning of the meeting, you asked me if I had another comment, and I did. And I apologize to the assembly. I had something in my pocket with me all day, and I forgot it at the beginning of the meeting, because when I had dinner, I took it out of my pocket.
Okay.
For all those in the room who don't know, Mike Brown has been with us just over 5 years. And so we got him this, I want to return to him this present that he
That's
gave.
better, that's
This
better
is
than the
a
crown. you got
5-year
earlier
service
this
award
morning.
belated, because it was actually last week. So we're about a week late, I think, 9 days later. So, Mike, congratulations on 5 years. I know that it's, we deal with a lot of serious things, but a little levity is always in order. So here, I'm going to return your, thanks.
This small, this, for the audience, this morning, we had an employees quarterly meeting, and he got a scepter and a crown, but he wouldn't put it on, so we don't have a picture. So now we're on break. So let's see, let's come back at 8:45.
I took it off my pocket. I took it down. When I came down, as soon as you called me, I went, oh, yeah.
If I can go ahead and have the assembly come back to the chambers, please. Everybody, I guess, huh? Three and three is six and one online, so. Yeah, right. Okay, so if I can have quiet in the chambers, please. Madam Clerk?
Resolution 25-114, a resolution approving changes to update the fiscal year 2027 schedule of rates and fees effective July 1, 2026. If you are on the phone and would like to speak to this, press star 3.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on Resolution -114A. Oh, no, A resolution, I guess. Not 114A. Okay, Michelle. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly, borough officials and staff. My name is Michelle Hune, H-E-U-N. I'm a District 1 resident. I'm specifically talking to 25114, the proposed changes to the fees. And I'd like to address 3 of the changes specifically. First is to animal control for fiscal year 27. I'm a volunteer for borough animal control in a number of capacities. I've graduated probably to training where I'm going to get to do dog poo here pretty soon. So I support all of the fee increases for the borough animal control. They are the least funded budget department, and they do more for less, and I highly encourage you to approve those. Secondly, under community development, I am a recreational trail use user, and I completely support the trail fee increase of $5 for the annual day use pass. It's an easily passed on to recreational trail use, and we do get a number of visitors from out of state. That is a good use of the funds. Third, specifically speaking with the government peak chalet, with the proposed, I don't know if Assemblymember Bowles this is going to be introduced, but I would also like to offer, I recently attended a memorial bereavement ceremony at Government Peak Recreation Center, and I don't think that families should incur costs if they are going through those processes, and that bereavement costs should be considered at a reduced rate for those families. Generally, families will help clean up afterwards, and they're there for no more than 2 to 3 hours, and they will donate, as they do to many churches. So please consider that as well, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. So that was all the people we had that signed up, but if anyone else would like to testify on Resolution 25-114. Okay, we do not have anybody online. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Assemblyperson Nowers.
I move to adopt Resolution 25-114.
Okay, discussion by the Assembly. Yes, Assemblyperson Bowles, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move an amendment to Resolution 25-114.
Okay.
Inserting the following fees under the Community Development Department. Government Peak Chalet, and this is beginning January 1st, 2027.
Okay.
Propose a rental fee daily, full day, Monday through Thursday of $350. A rental fee daily, full day, Friday through Sunday of $450. Rental fee additional hours of $30 an hour. Security deposit for all rentals at $150, and a cleaning fee of $100 an hour. And I agree that I think there should be a bereavement exemption. I would suggest if it's a member of the community that, and there's a funeral happening, I think that we should probably waive fees on that.
Okay, so are you
Yeah, so
including
waive
that in
fees
your
for,
motion?
yes, waive fees for any memorial services or funerals. Yeah, I can agree with that.
Okay.
Rationale, fees for government peak chalet are currently not included in the schedule of rates, and fees as the borough has been managing the facility through concessionaire. The borough intends to manage it directly beginning January 2027. Therefore, fees for facility use should be included in the fiscal year 27 fee schedule. I feel like these fees are extremely reasonable. It's a absolutely beautiful place for weddings. My wife and I have catered weddings there, and I would challenge anybody to find some place as large, as nice, as beautiful at that cost. So with that, thank you.
Okay, so there is an amendment on the, I think all of you have a copy of the amendment. Assemblyperson Sumner, did you want to speak to the amendment? Okay.
Yeah, I have a question maybe for staff. Are these fees that are proposed with this amendment, are these in line with the fees that the concessionaire has been charging?
Okay, I think we have an answer coming, sir.
Jillian Morrissey, Community Development Director, for the record, and through the mayor to Assemblymember Sumner. No, they're much more reasonable, actually, for our patrons and our community members. And we have something to look at. We actually looked at the city of Palmer's Palmer Depot to see what their rates and fees were, so that we were on par with what the community has been accustomed to.
Okay. Further, Assemblyperson Fauna?
So the question continue. So what is their as they're managing? What are they currently charging the daily rate?
Through the mayor to Assemblymember Fonoff. One thing that I want to make sure that is really clear, we can't compare apples and oranges. The concessionaire does full wraparound, mostly wedding services, and so that includes decorations and working with caterers and planning for the special day, where we're just offering a room. So the fees for the concessionaire are very different. We have an we have a contract with that concessionaire where they pay us a percentage of their facility rentals, and then we receive that as a monthly income from them. But her rates and fees are very different than ours.
So currently, a private individual, do they have two options of booking through us directly or through them, or only through them?
Right now, the sole entity that's allowed to do rentals at the chalet is the concessionaire.
So are we eliminating that contract and we're going to have our own, and we'd be managing it?
We will be managing it as solely without a concessionaire. But there's no reason that any entity couldn't rent the facility and then provide those services on their own. We just wouldn't broker that or negotiate that with the individuals. We don't want to get into the wedding planning event system. That's not for us.
Is there a reason why we're going away from what worked for years now, right? How we had it?
You are correct, sir. One of the things that we looked at as we're looking at to do more cost recovery within community development, this is a real opportunity for revenue for our department, and we're opening it up for more community-minded events as well. If you look right now and you look at their schedule for December, there's maybe only 8 or 9 events up there. We could have this facility open for community use 31 of the 31 days in December.
Interesting. Okay. Then, since we're on amendment, I'm going to ask both. The cleaning fees, the $100 per hour. I mean, the cleanings, depending on the cleaner, I find that one is the only one that's kind of concerning. Is that based on like one person cleaning? Is there a group of couple of people cleaning? I guess where the cleaning fee per hour rate. I find that one to be going to be hard to implement exactly. So I want to maybe leave that more wiggle room, because that one is a little bit confusing if how it is. Maybe we up the security deposit and then not return the security deposit if it's not clean, and then we'll have, let's say, a room like that with, even if there was a like $500 or $300 deductible, then that will cover the cleaning, because then we're kind of debating, well, how dirty it was. Did it take 1 hour or 2 hours, and how many per one person to clean for $100 an hour? That seems too high. So this is the cleaning fee is the only one that I have concern, and I'd like to have a discussion to possibly make maybe possible changes, or see what would be the most effective way. Maybe Jillian, you can answer what is other ways we do it when it comes to like rooms and cleaning, that kind of stuff.
Through the mayor to assembly member phone off. So the cleaning fee is, the expectation around facility use is that the individual that's using the facility needs to return the room to its original condition that they found it. We do exactly the same with the borough gym. The cleaning fees allow for if there's a spill on the carpet, or there's some other extra cleaning thing that is needing to be done that wasn't taken care of by the person that secured the rental.
So per hour, what does that include within that cleaning fee for an hour? I mean, is that a janitor, our staff person comes and does it for however many hours? I guess I want to understand how we would determine if you're charged 3 hours for cleaning fee, or you're charged 1 hour, or 0.
These are great questions. So one of the things that when we started looking at this, and as you noted, we haven't run this facility in almost 12 years. One of the things that you look at as kind of a standard in the industry, if there's a company that maybe some people have heard of called Airbnb, and they have cleaning fees associated with their rentals. And so some of it is borrowing from that industry that has been doing this for a very long time and successful. And the cleaning fees help with doing some of the extra things that may happen. So right now, as we're looking at this, we don't have a full operations plan yet. We're working on that for the chalet. We have a year until we'll be running that. So that is a fee right now that we've included in there in order to catch if there is something that needs extra cleaning services that happen during the time of the rental.
I guess the difference when you said Airbnb, they have usually per house or room or whatever, there's a flat, and you pay that, and you know that's somebody is going to come and clean it. I just have a little bit of concerns with the per hour. So I don't know if there's a appetite to share some better vision on that, but that's the only thing. I would be much in favor raising the security deposit so that people come back wanting their security deposit because they have several $100s on the line. That's how I see that being a better system.
Assemblyperson Gamble.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Jillian, is it typical for our facilities to have half-day rentals as well as full-day?
Through the mayor to assembly member Gamble, we are analyzing all the different options right now. And one of the things that with managing the facility rental for the gym here, we're very close to it. And so that we can check after, if it's during normal working hours, we can go make sure that if there's an individual or a group that has rented it, that the next group is coming in and that it's ready for the new rental that's coming in. We anticipate, and this has happened in the past for the borough with the GPRA chalet, it is not staffed, and it's quite far from where the center of our people are working. And so, yes, there are half-day rentals that are available out there. Our biggest concern is that if something happens, we're not going to be able to respond accordingly in order to support the person that was doing the facility rental. And again, we started looking at some other of the facilities around us in Palmer Depot, which is a very well-known facility rental, has a similar fees that you're looking at in front of you. That is a part of the amendment.
Okay, so if somebody rented it for the full day, at the end of that full day, somebody from staff would go out there and take a look to make sure that it's all locked up, cleaned up, and was taken care of, correct?
In our ideal world, yes, we'd be able to do that. Okay. We're also looking at operations as we're coming back to this, is maybe we're taking photographs that are time and date stamped so that they can include that in order to be able to recover their security deposit.
Okay, thank you. Madam Mayor, I'd like to offer a secondary amendment to Assemblymember Bowles' amendment.
This is a secondary amendment now, because
That's
we
correct.
have one amendment on the floor.
I'm offering a secondary amendment. Thank you. For a rental fee half daily, for half day Monday through Thursday of $175, and a daily rental fee half day for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of $225.
Okay, so we have a secondary amendment on, I'm going to go ahead and ask a question, Jolie. So, the original amendment, does that come anywhere without the secondary amendment, but on the first amendment, when you look at the usage, do you have any history on the usage since you had somebody else doing it? So does this come anywhere close to paying for that building, for the utilities and for all of that? Or are we providing a service there?
These are such great questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to start with, we are really excited to have this facility come back to community development. The opportunities to run this as a community center and offer it more to our groups that not only have trail care agreements, but also for things like memorial services or weddings or whatever arts events that folks may be interested in. What we see right now from the concessionaire, the facility is maybe running at 30% capacity. And when I have done the projections, if we can start to market this and spend more time on it, we can fill the capacity of this building. But also, I think we are going to look to make quite a bit more money off of this facility.
All right, okay, good, thank you.
And I'm really looking forward to coming back to you and sharing some of my operation plans for this. We just have about a year out, and because rates and fees is so far ahead, I needed to project a little bit more. And so I apologize, I don't have all the details, but we're working on it. I promise you that.
Okay, alrighty. Discussion on the secondary amendment. Does everybody have the new figures? Assemblyperson Bowles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to clarify that on the bereavement, so for the funerals and memorial services, that those are Matsu-Borough residents. I don't know if that's legal.
Mr.
No?
Attorney, I don't think
No?
you can do that. Go ahead, sir.
I would, if you want to do that, you should continue this and let me go research that question. That could be a complicated issue. Sitting right here, right now, I have a little alarm bell
Yep,
going, but
sure.
I would want to dig into it to make sure.
My
I'm thinking
concern
about it
there
correctly.
is what if now it becomes the epicenter of funerals? And so now we're renting it out for free, 200 out of the 365 days a year.
For those of us that have lived through the permanent fund lawsuits, when we used to give the permanent fund to how many years you lived here, and there was a big lawsuit, and they finally decided, what, you've been here a year, you get the permanent fund, and everybody gets the same amount. So I would assume that we can't distinguish between one of these people that came from Eagle River tonight versus yours or mine.
Okay, so I'll pull that back. Let's just consider it a non-issue unless it becomes an issue.
We're on the secondary amendment.
Okay,
Oh, no, that, clarification.
okay, ready.
Not the motion.
Okay. Okay, so what is
Go-
this on the
on the
secondary amendment?
Yeah. I have reservations when people rent that kind of building for the half day with the cleaning and everything and the staff from what time, because then we kind of, when somebody rents it for a half a day, it prevents a customer for renting it for a full day. So then the half a day will have advantage before that. So that's the only reason I don't think for a facility that size, if it was just a soccer field or baseball field, you could say, you're from here time to here. But that facility, I've been there many times. It is, I think people plan events there, and I think they should just pay the daily rate. That way they have 24 hours. So I just think from managing standpoint, I think it'd be a good idea to run that place as a daily rental.
Okay, further discussion on the secondary amendment, which has the reduced figures. Everybody's okay on the reduced figures? Oh, Assemblyperson Gamble.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on that. I think that if we don't offer a half-day fee, that we're going to lose out on a lot of opportunity to generate revenue with that facility.
Is there any objection to the secondary amendment? Okay, we do have an objection. So go ahead, Madam Clerk.
So if I could get the members in the room to vote? Assemblymember Bernier?
Yes.
Me.
Could be. The motion passes with Assemblymember Fanoff opposed.
Okay.
We're back to the primary.
Yeah, so we're back to the primary amendment. So there are some of the original primary amendments figures that are staying the same and there's other ones that are being reduced. So Assemblyperson Sumner.
Yeah, just a point of clarification from Mr. Bowles. So, I mean, at the end, we have a written amendment, and then at the end, you threw on, we're going to waive the fees for bereavement. Just to clarify, you're going to leave the security deposit and cleaning fees intact, correct?
Yes, I think that's reasonable.
Further discussion on the primary amendment as corrected or amended. Thank you. Yeah.
Could you just restate it so we're
What is the fees right now? Because I think nothing about funerals here or memorial services. Is there some, so is your amendment now including anything with funerals, or that's, because it is your amendment?
I'll let the clerk read it, please.
So the amendment that he added is F. It's to waive rental fees for memorial services or funerals.
Yeah, making a secondary amendment. I'd like to make a secondary amendment. That is, we're gonna have a lot of memorial service. It's a free given away. No, reduced by $50, I would have been okay with it. Giving it for free is a horrible idea. So I will vote. I make an amendment to take out the free funeral and memorial services.
Okay. Okay. Alrighty, so now we have secondary amendment, yes, Assemblyperson Sumner.
I understand where you're coming from, Dimitri. I think that but your secondary amendment's reducing them by $50, and I think that might be going too far the other way. I'm going to vote no on this and propose another secondary amendment to reduce them by 50%.
Okay, so the secondary amendment
I guess
is just,
argument is that if we're trying to build a revenue, we're not in the nonprofit business, I guess. So I'd say we remove the bridge. If people want to rent it, we gotta rent it out. It's people will start booking and things like that. There might be potentially saying we're booking it as a memorial service, and then it's not really a memorial. Who is really to prove, was it a memorial service or was it just a party to get together? I'd like to say the churches have open doors in a lot better, closer locations, not better, closer locations, and most churches will open it if somebody has lack of fees for a memorial service. So that's my argument to not have exemption, keep the rates same.
Mr. Attorney, do we have in our code a definition for memorial service? We do not. So I think that's probably maybe a concern like what you were saying.
That is my concern too.
Yeah, Assemblyperson Hours, yeah.
So just to clarify, Mr. Fanoff, your amendment would just leave things alone. There would be no discount for a special carve out for bereavement. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yeah. I do think we're splitting and we're getting into a territory we shouldn't be, and I think people will misuse that, and there's potentially we're having a problem.
Okay.
I'd rather not get into that business of saying who did the memorial, who did the wedding. Well, they maybe doing a wedding on the day of memorial. Somebody said the speech. Well, my mom passed away, so therefore this is a memorial service. Please, guys, let's not get into.
Speaking to the amendment, I would support that, and let's let staff come back to us if they think we should add something like that.
Okay, further discussion? Assemblyperson Gamble?
Yeah, the emotional part of me says we should waive the bereavement fee, but in reality, we shouldn't. I mean, we should charge the regular fee for the facility. It's a beautiful facility, just like you said. So that's how I feel. I'm going to vote no against the amendment.
Assemblyperson Bowles?
So I'd like to ask the attorney, you asked as far as definitions, memorial, are there definitions in code specific to funeral? Okay.
No, it's not something we,
Sure.
it's not something we have a land use regulation or a planning regulation or a land management regulation for our facilities. We don't. So the basic way you would approach it would be, common understanding. And if we got into a fight with somebody, a judge would have to assign what definition to use to something like that.
So understanding that and understanding the discussion and in the last 10 minutes, the confusion, I think it probably would be wise at this time to not add that language. And then at a future assembly meeting, maybe we can clean up the fee schedule a little bit if needed and just keep the amendment. I don't know if I can go back to just the amendment as written. No. Okay.
We have the
secondary amendment on
Okay.
the floor.
Okay.
Okay, Mike, did you want to say something?
So through the mayor to the assembly, just a reminder, we're not taking this over for a year. So if you want to set this amendment aside entirely, you could do that. It's not going to break this. I just don't want to hold up the whole fee schedule. I thought this would be pretty straightforward. And I wanted to make a clarifying point real quick. So when we talk about revenue, the reason that community development's more focused on the rate of return on these facilities is not to price people out, but it is to raise additional revenue and be mindful of that, because if we don't do that, those costs get transferred to property taxes. That's
Right.
why we're talking about this.
Yeah, it does. Yep. Yep. Okay, so we have a secondary amendment to remove it, right? Remove that, okay.
Removing only the funeral / memorial
I'll let
service.
the clerk
Correct.
read it.
We
Okay.
would be removing F, the waiving of rental fees for memorial services or funerals.
Thank you.
Is there an objection to the secondary amendment? Okay, ready, so there's no objection, so that passes.
Main motion.
And now the main motion, and that includes
no.
the half-day things.
Correct.
Everybody okay with that? Okay, I'll let the clerk do it.
Would you like me to read the whole amendment? This would be including the Bill Gamble's secondary amendment of the half-day rates, but it does not include the memorial services or funeral.
Okay, is there oh, yes.
No, not an objection. I'm making a secondary amendment to make a security deposit equivalent of one-day rental of at least a midweek rental, which is $350. That building, no one there, $150 is not gonna go much. $350 security deposit for a building like that should be bare minimum. And if you're in the rental business, I mean, when you rent, you at least rent for security deposits for 1 month at least, 1 month of rental. This is kind of, I'm pricing my idea in a similar way. So letter D would be $350 in this amendment instead of $150.
Okay, so now we have another secondary amendment. Does everybody understand what that is? Or have the clerk read it? Are we fine? Okay, is there any objection to the secondary amendment? Do you object? Okay. Ready, Madam Clerk, then?
I could get the members in the room to vote on the secondary amendment. Assemblymember Bernier.
Yes.
The motion passes with Assemblymember Nowers opposed.
Okay, so now we're back to the main motion. Any other amendments? Is there any objection to the main motion passing as amended? Okay, seeing and hearing no one, then the main motion as amended has passed. Okay, and then Madam Clerk, whenever you're ready to read the next one. For the public hearing, the next public hearing. Seemed like a long time ago, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Ordinance 25-102, an ordinance amending MSB 43-20 subdivision development standards to allow lots to be reduced to 30,000 square feet within single-family residential land use districts. If you are on the phone and would like to speak to this, press star 3.
Okay, and I guess we don't have a sign-up sheet, right? It looks like our clerk is gone. Oh, we do, okay. Okay, Mark? Okay. Michelle? Okay. Simon? Yeah,
There we go.
there you go.
It's been too long since I was up here. Good evening, Assembly and Mayor. My name is Simon Gilland. I'm going to read here so that I can hopefully cover my points. My primary concern regarding the proposed ordinance is not the decrease in the allowable lot size being served by on-site water and septic, but the intent to include contiguous usable septic area and the approximate water well location on the plat. I don't know if Fred has weighed in on this, but my concerns are based off of what Anchorage did, which was to get rid of that. It just caused too many problems, and these are some of the reasons why. Existing homes on a lot don't show up on a plat subdividing a larger parcel, neither do driveways, fences, or other improvements. These improvements go on either a plot plan when it's proposed or on an as-built post-construction. Plats are for defining legal boundaries. If well locations and allowable usable septic areas were placed on the plat with fines associated for these areas not being used, these areas would have to be defined legally on the plat with dimensions, bearings, etc. for the fines to be enforceable. This proposed ordinance will lead to problems down the road and add work for the plating department on top of creating very messy plats. I believe that there is a better way to attain the same desired results of higher density lots and avoiding well and septic separation distance conflicts. An example of potential issues is someone buys 2 lots, wants to build a house on one of them in an atypical location relative to where it would be if there was just one house on each lot. It will potentially require a plat amendment to move or adjust the areas where the septic is allowed to be placed, which will necessitate an implementation of public hearings to remove these restrictions that are graphically depicted on the plat. There are other examples of potential issues, such as a well going dry, wells needing to be moved because of non-conforming neighbors, or pollution issues. In the last couple cases there, a non-offending neighbor is then fined for making their water wells compliant with DEC separation distances, but potentially outside of an allowable area on the plat, thus they're in violation. I will propose, instead of graphically denoting exact well locations on the plat, to have a parallel recorded document with binding lot development so as not to restrict on the neighbor's lots. If the assembly were to want to have something on the plat, a note such as well placement on a lot shall be within X number of feet of a property corner. Should adjacent lot have an existing water well on a shared corner, this shared corner must be used for the distance point of radius for the water well of the lot being developed. Maybe an additional note that a developer can avoid these plat restrictions by putting wells on the lots prior to being conveyed. That's my opinion as a land surveyor. Thank you.
Linda?
My name is Linda Spone, and I oppose ordinance OR 25-102. Smaller square foot lot size doesn't make a happier community. Most people live in the valley for a little extra breathing room, for privacy, to enjoy our outdoor spaces and scenic mountain views. We aren't trying to be a metropolitan area. With smaller lot size, there is no room for improvements or expansion, making these areas undesirable in the future. I also oppose land use permitting or land use review. The less government involvement in people's lives, the better. You should concentrate on public safety and roads. Government needs to be limited or we bankrupt ourselves, our children and grandchildren, and our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to testify that hasn't on ordinance 25-102?
Mayor and Assembly, Mark Spone. Why did people move to the valley? They wanted some property. Making 30,000 square foot lots, people, this is just the exact opposite reason why people want to be out here. They want some property. And most people, once they get a piece of property, might be a year, 5 years, 10 years, boy, I'd sure like to build a shop, or I'd like to put something on here. Like squeezing these little lots down lower and lower and lower, smaller than an acre isn't very big. I just think we're just taken away from what this valley, why people want to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's ever online, please go ahead.
Yeah, hello, this is Steve Edwards. So I guess I would be in opposition to this idea as well. It just seems like we already have plenty of issues with the 40,000 square foot lots. And someone's already mentioned the well and septic conflicts, which I was going to go into, but that's already an issue at 40,000 is trying to anticipate the neighbors or the neighbors anticipating your lot. You can't just take these in isolation. You got to consider the wells and septics that are adjacent to these lots. And so that's already becoming limiting factors for where you put your well and septic at 40,000. And if you go to 30, it just compounds that problem. So I guess I'm not sure where these people are that want this. I don't know anybody that wants a smaller lot or is asking their realtor, find me a smaller lot. That's just not a thing out here. I thought we were trying to be not like Anchorage, this is a step more towards like Anchorage. And so, who's asking for this? Do you live on a 30,000 square foot lot? Would you want to? I mean, most people want to be on a larger lot. And so I can only think of one group that would want this, and that's those that are in the business of subdividing, developing, and selling lots and moving on to the next place. The people that are going to live there have to suffer the consequences for decades when they need to move their septic because it fails, when neighbors move in with more wells. And as far as the value of the lot, that's not, you're not making more affordable lots. That's driven by the development on it and its location, proximity to natural parks and outdoor space. So the value of a 30,000 lot is not more affordable than a 40,000 with the same buildings on it in the same location. Maybe minor amount, but not significant to make it more affordable. So, and then I guess anyone that would be on the assembly that is involved in or has family involved in developing and selling lots, I certainly hope you would recuse yourself from this because it seems to have only one beneficiary. That would be those making money on that prospect, not the people trying to buy these lots. So I'm opposed.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, thank you, sir. Give anybody else that hasn't testified that would like to testify on ordinance 25-102. We still don't have anybody else in line, okay? So I'll go ahead and close the public hearing on ordinance 25-102. Assemblyperson Sumner.
I move to adopt ordinance 25-102, if I could speak to it.
Yes, you may.
So I don't think it's any secret that I'm a proponent of affordable housing. The whole goal of this ordinance is make the American dream more affordable for Valley residents, and and reduce the cost of land so that more people in our community can own a home and be homeowners instead of renters. Also, if you actually read through the whole ordinance, I've been working on this for the better part of a year, and we need to maintain some protections against the impacts on adjacent and surrounding properties, and also preserve the character of our community. I think that the ordinance strikes a pretty good balance in doing so. There's a few points I wanted to bring up regarding it. More lots per mile of roadway means more tax revenue per mile, which will reduce the road maintenance costs or increase the maintenance level on the roadways. If you notice, this is a reduction only in single-family residential zones. So that means that, this is, in order to reduce these lots, you would have to put it into a zone, a single-family residential zone, which means no multifamily could ever be built there. If you think about what we have right now, we have a 40,000 square foot minimum, but you can build multifamily on it. I could drive you through entire subdivisions where there is a single-family house every 10,000 square feet with individual septics. So to someone, an opponent to this saying that this is going to increase density, that doesn't really hold much weight. Currently, there actually does exist reductions in our zoning or our subdividing regulations. You can reduce your lot below 40,000 square feet down to 20,000 square feet if you have community water and sewer. And I believe there's a reduction even further if you have both. You can also reduce your lot to 30,000 square feet currently if you have open space dedicated on your plat. That open space only has to have groundwater deeper than 2 feet. So you could literally dedicate some swamp and reduce your lots to 30,000 square feet. That's on the books right now. I've been, like I said, I've been working on this for the better part of a year. I took some industry input before I drafted it, but since drafting it, I kind of collected a panel of industry professionals. I talked to some three surveyors, 5 civil engineers, 5 developers, and 5 excavation professionals, and I got input from all of them. And with that, I drafted some amendments to this ordinance, which I'm going to read there in a second. But I would also say that our analysis, the analysis that I got from the developers is this would reduce the cost of a lot by $10,000 to $15,000 versus a 40,000 square foot lot. So that means a new starter home price could be reduced by $10,000 to $15,000. And I don't think there's any meaningful action that any one of us could do, or even legislators in Juneau, that could make a starter house for a young family more affordable than this ordinance right here. But I'm going to read these amendments. I move to amend ordinance 25-102 as follows. In section 2, eliminate paragraph 2 and its subparagraph A of MSB 43.20.281F in their entirety as shown below. Each lot that is reduced has the approximate water well location delineated on the plat unless the lot is served by a municipal or community water system, and the water well shall be installed within the delineated water well area. So I guess, there's multiple edits on this amendment, so I'm just going to read them all, and then we can take them all at once. Does that work?
Yeah, okay.
In section 2, modify the
So somebody could divide the question.
Yes.
Why don't you go ahead and do them?
And I'm going to explain them all when I'm done.
Yeah.
But I'm going to read them in for the record. And you guys should have all this in your packet. In section 2, modify the acceptable percolation rate in paragraph 3 of MSB 43.20.281F by substituting 15 minutes per inch with 30 minutes per inch as shown below. I'm not going to read that whole paragraph. In section 3, modify the language in the description portion of the table from failure to install a water well or wastewater system within delineated area to installation of septic system outside of delineated area. Change section 4 effective date to section 5 effective date, and create a new section 4 to read as follows. Section 4, amendment of section MSB 17.75.160 is hereby amended as follows. A, buildings and structures in under development shall be subject to the setback requirements as specified in MSB 17.55. And B, water wells should not be installed within 100 feet of areas delineated on the plat for septic systems. If I could speak to these amendments too.
Sure.
So these are after I gathered input from engineers and surveyors, and like the previous surveyor said, plat notes can be cumbersome. So this would be removing the well reserve area and just leaving a septic reserve area. But it would add a setback requirement to keep water wells 100 feet away from the septic reserve areas.
Okay. Ready discussion on the amendment? Yes. Assemblyperson Nowers.
I have a couple questions and for maybe the attorney or staff, and then I have a secondary amendment. If you don't follow the rules of where you should put the septic, there's $1,000 fine. And one thing I look at is the person who is going to put these in, or the developer, going to pay a penalty if things aren't done as we're trying to set out. Because it all works well if it's done appropriately. So who pays the $1,000 fine? Would it be the developer who developed, the person who installed the septic, or the property owner who has taken over this and may or may not, I guess, know that this rule existed?
Go ahead, sir.
Well, as a practical matter, it could be the developer or the property owner, but when we enforce, we go for the path of least resistance, which is the property owner. Because when you write a citation, they follow the criminal rules. You can't ask the developer questions. You can't make them talk to you. You can't make them turn over records. So, but it says the owner of any property upon which a violation exists is liable for the violation. So the easiest and fastest course of enforcement would be to go after the property owner.
Okay.
Now, if you had evidence to prove beyond reasonable doubt that the developer did it, you could go after them, but it's harder to do.
Okay. And then second question, this 40,000 square foot is just kind of a magic number that it seems like we've used to try to avoid affecting other properties around you by hemming somebody next to you in by where you located your well or septic. Is there any other municipality that we know of that allows 30,000 square foot lots with well and septic? Do we know? Sure.
None that I know of in the state, but outside of the state, lower 48, there are multiple states and municipalities that have smaller lots with individual wells and septics than 40,000 square feet.
Okay. So I'd like to offer a secondary amendment that, as mentioned by the person testifying, that we require the wells to be in place before the property is recorded. And to speak to that, I would just say to avoid a situation where you're increasing the number of wells and septics by 25%. You've got 30,000 square feet. If you put in a well in the wrong place, then it's a domino effect all the way down the line. And I know we just did not approve the 5-acre lots because we were concerned about the impact on the other property owners. And I see the same thing. If we allow this to go forward and we don't lock in where those things go, you're potentially going to have the adjoining properties not have buildable space because they won't be able to put their well or their septic where they want, and then where they wanted their house can't go because you're on 30,000 square feet instead of 40,000.
Assemblyperson Sumner, go ahead.
I was going to speak about the secondary amendment. As a practical matter, that would be, the effect would be that you would kill this from any developer ever doing this. So it'd be a moot point, because if you had to put in that many wells ahead of time, then it would not be cost effective to do. So I would say that, I would definitely be opposed to this secondary amendment.
Okay, Assemblyperson Fauna.
Yeah, because
Answer to Ms. Nauer's question. You said if the state, I know lot that I'm live on, and there's hundreds of lots in Memory Lake, and there's all over the borough that we're living on the half-acre lots that do not require specific area for septic, and there's no notes requirement. And I have not seen a half-acre lot not being able to be used because of the well and septic separation. I have not seen it. As a matter of fact, if you go in even a little further, most of the Willowa subdivision are 0.3 acres, which is less than half of what 30,000 square foot of what Mr. Trumner proposing is all on a private well and private septic. Very few lots over there with poor planning that can't, but there's currently new construction going on, and they're still even on a 0.3 acres without any plat requirements and designated area, still making it work. So 30,000 square foot is more than enough, and I don't think there should be any requirements on the plot because then we're getting in the management business of who put where what. Do we hire our own surveyors, or we're opening anything. 30,000 square feet is more than enough to, however you'll put it on your lot where you'll put the septic and well for the neighbor not to be affected. That's my argument against this.
Okay. Sure.
Assemblyman Nowers, could I get some clarification? Are you hoping to add this language in section 3? Or where would you like this language added?
I believe that would be in section 3. And if I can just respond.
Sure.
So I can appreciate there may be half-acre lots where this would work out, and there's been coordination. I also know of full-acre lots where there's challenging terrain, and you struggle to find placement for wells and septic and the house. And so when I look at how do you enforce something, because we're not great at enforcement. So how do you encourage these things? Like our idea is you will put the septic there and you won't put the wells in a place to affect the other property owners. But the penalty in reality is going to be paid by the property owner, not by the person who did this. And the developer and the person who installed that may be long gone. And so there's no real kind of hammer for it to be done correctly. So I think if we're going to do this, if we're going to kind of push the bubble on smaller lot sizes that potentially could affect aquifers and affect neighboring properties, we have to put some teeth into how we do it. And so that's the only suggestion I've heard that would sort of lock that in and make sure that we weren't unfairly doing a taking of a neighboring property because we weren't willing to make the developer set it in stone. I don't see how the not putting it on the plat is going to protect the adjoining property owner if it's done incorrectly, because again, the penalty is to the property owner who's purchased it.
Assemblyperson Fowler?
That concern that you're bringing, it's not because of the size. It's because of terrain or water table or something like that. If you've, and I've done many, there's 5-acre lots that you can't do septic on. That's not the was. If it's to also give another argument, the development that dividing this lot, they're in business not to sit on the lots that they cannot get rid of. So oftentimes you'll see in a certain subdivision, there's lots that are very big in sizes because there's only so much you can stretch them to. Because if somebody's developing and they're putting a road and utilities, they want the lot, they want to get most out of the value, but they still want to be able to sell the lot. Nobody wants to split it and not be able to. So I think that argument is very weak.
Assemblyperson Sumner?
Yeah, two things. If you read the ordinance, you'll see that, I know it's a weighty ordinance because it references the on-site septic installation manual, but if you read the way it's written, you cannot reduce these lots on these borderline areas, right? Like lots that would have steep slopes, lots that have high groundwater, lots that have substandard soils, those are not allowed to be reduced. You have to have an engineer be part of the subdivision process to certify that they are meet these standards. If you look at the table that it references in the on-site septic installation manual, there's poor, fair, and good lots, essentially. This would only be allowed on good lots, lots that you could pretty much put a septic anywhere. You know, A. And then B, if you look at the next ordinance that I have on, not this ordinance, the next ordinance we have on the table, which is the land use review. Now, I know there's some opposition to that, but we could pass, my intention was to pass that land use review for the minimum of applying to these lots, right? So that then you would, before you built on these lots, you would have to go to the assembly, or not the assembly, to the plan department and say, here's my plan on what to build and where to put the well and where to put the septic. And then the plan department would, of course, say, well, make sure you put your septic in the reserve area and your well 100 feet away from that.
Go ahead, Matt.
I'm just going to say, absolutely, there are those conditions where the, soils aren't right, the terrain isn't right. And so I can see where you would do this subdivision and then somebody gets out there and say, well, we didn't hit water there. We're going to put it over here. Or actually the septic area is better over here with the soils, for whatever reason. And so then that person now is affecting everybody else down the line and any adjoining property. So if there's a subdivision that is built and you've got 40 acres next to that, all of a sudden you've got an additional 25% septic and well that you're potentially navigating it around. So again, I come back to like, if we're going to do this, we need to make sure it's done right, and we don't have the only sort of hammer is against the property owner, which doesn't seem like an effective way to make sure it's done in a way that doesn't affect the property owner. And the 40,000 square feet, it's like it's a magic number in the sense that it just gives you a little more wiggle room. You've got that 10,000 square feet for your septic area and a replacement. You've got all the setbacks. You've got your building. If you squeeze that down to 30,000, you just got less room to make a correction, whereas 40,000 gives you that flexibility that hopefully you're not affecting the adjoining property owner, that there's a little more room.
Assemblyperson McKee?
Yeah, when I look at this, and I was doing it much the same as Ms. Nowers is, the contractor brings to the project a whole bag of marbles. If one doesn't work, another one will. People who are buying these properties have one shot. They pour everything they have into this one place. They don't get a second chance. And that's terrifying to me. So if somebody's going to take the risk, I want it to. It's just like with these water body setbacks that we've argued about since, 1973? You have to be able to go in with some degree of certainty. And the contractor saying, it ain't me, babe, you take the risk. I would not do that. I couldn't. I would have before I knew how all this stuff works. But builders have more skin in the game. Less skin in the game than the buyer does. He's screwed. If it doesn't work, he can't sell his lot, he has to move. Buy a porta potty, I don't know.
Just to say that in order for a builder to sell a home, there has to be a DEC approved septic, proper separation, all the survey setbacks need to be met, and all the building code needs to be met. And no, otherwise people cannot get financing. That's the reality of it. So the builders that are in business, they're in it to sell the homes for the top price, to make the profit and make sure everything is fully legal and people can get financing. Otherwise, the banks will not finance if even one of these things is not met.
Yeah,
So
but that's happened to us before with the water body setbacks. They just said, well, nobody's going to notice, I'll just do this. And I wondered how that happened too. How did people get financing when they were in violation of the water body setbacks? But they did.
People can pay cash for a property.
Okay.
They can make owner finance, but the banks are very strict about what they will lend. And if somebody chooses to do something completely legal, we're not in the business of managing that. But I'm saying that when it comes to developers and the contractors, they are to follow really strict rules in order for them to be able to sell this property.
Okay. All right, we need to keep the discussion on the secondary amendment. Okay. Okay. Pardon?
Would you restate then again, please, what the secondary is?
Yeah. Well, we'll let the clerk do
So
it.
the secondary amendment we have is to require wells to be in place before the property is platted, added to section 3.
Okay. Okay. Further discussion on the secondary amendment?
Just to respond to the legalities, you could legally put in a septic and well on a property, and if the property next to you isn't developed, you're totally legal. You've got all the setbacks, but then all of a sudden the person next to you has no spot on their property the way it's configured, so.
Assemblyperson, okay. Any further discussion? And I think there is an objection. So, Madam Clerk.
Can I get the members in the room to vote on the secondary amendment? Assemblymember Bernier? Assemblymember Bernier, do you have a vote on the secondary amendment?
Is he still online, sir? Oh, okay. So you want to wait a minute, or you want to go ahead and? Oh, okay. While we're waiting for him to call back in, let's make, can I have a motion from somebody to extend past 10 o'clock? And your guess is as good as mine. Remember, we have an executive session.
I make a motion to extend this meeting till 11:30 because we're gonna we still have a lot on the agenda.
Okay, all righty. Is there an objection to extending till 11:30? Yes, Assemblyperson Bowles.
Is it pressing that we have this executive session at this meeting, or can it go until after the Christmas holiday?
We need to have it
Okay.
tonight.
Okay,
Madam Mayor, while we're waiting, can I ask a question of staff?
okay, is it have to do with?
No objection?
Yeah, does it have to do with the motion to extend the hours? No, okay, so we need to take that count.
Is
first.
there objection?
Is there objection to extending till 11:30? Okay, all right, now, Assemblyperson Gamble, go ahead.
So, Alex, you're up.
Oh,
Has he phoned back in?
Technical at ease. They need to dial, he needs to come up here and dial back in. So can we just take a technical?
Yeah, yeah.
Let him dial in. Just a timeout, Alex. Quick timeout. 30-second timeout.
Welcome to the Synexus Conference. And joining conference.
Can anybody hear me?
Yep, I do.
Okay.
Okay, so we can come back to order now. Madam Clerk, go ahead.
Assemblymember Bernier, could I get your vote on the secondary amendment?
No.
Okay, so has Assemblyperson Bowles voted?
He has voted. He just has stepped out of the room.
Okay, I think you can probably go ahead and get the vote counted.
The motion has failed with Assemblymember McKee, Bowles, and Nowers in support.
Okay. Alrighty, so now we have before us the primary amendment. Is there objection to the primary amendment? That was a long list that Assemblyperson Sumner read. Assemblyperson Fonoff.
Yes, I object.
You have an objection, okay. Okay, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Can I get the members in the room to vote? Assemblymember Bernier,
No.
The motion has failed with Assemblymember Sumner in support.
Okay. So now we have before us an Assemblyperson Gamble. Go ahead.
I'm going to skip the question for now. I'm just going to go ahead and make I'm not sure if this is a secondary amendment or a motion, but we have a resolution that was in our package tonight from the Plating Board, signed by them unanimously from December 4th, stating that they have had insignificant time to consider the implications of this ordinance. And so I'd like to make a motion to refer this to the Plating Board until date certain, the first meeting in March.
Okay. First meeting in March, and I'm sure the clerk will give us a date.
So that would be March 3rd, 2026.
Okay, 3/3/26. Okay, so there's a motion to postpone, and I guess refer it to the plating board, right? Can we do that in one motion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the motion before you is to postpone and refer to the plating board. Yeah. I don't know who was up first here.
I just would say that I also saw the resolution from the plating board and their request to have additional information to help them consider this. And I think that's a good motion out of respect for the process, that our plating board is the one who has the most familiarity and exposure with the plating process. And so getting their informed input, and I guess I would just suggest that the maker of the motion look to their resolution and provide them additional information too, because it looked like they were looking for pros, cons, whatever, and they didn't get much that came to them. So I would support referring it and having it come back.
Assemblyperson Sumner, did you? No, okay. Assemblyperson Pownop.
What is the following meeting after the March 3rd?
The following regular meeting is going to be March 17th, 2026.
Would you be okay with if it's March 17th? Because I want to be there. Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah, so
well, let's have him withdraw his motion and then make a new one for the 17th, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I withdraw my original motion to refer.
Okay, so let me then, is there any objection to him withdrawing his motion for the 3/3/26? Okay, now,
Now
Assemblyperson Gamble, go ahead.
I re-motion that we refer the resolution to the Plating Board, date certain March 17th, 2026.
Okay. Is there objection to Assemblyperson Sumner?
Well, I had a question for staff, maybe. I don't know.
You have a question of staff?
So, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, this was referred to the planning commission and the plating board, both, or not the plating board? And how long was the referral period?
Go ahead.
Mayor. So it was a 90-day referral period to the planning commission. It occurred to me later on in the process, in the 90 days, that we should get this to the plating board. So they had the packet for about 10 days prior to their meeting, and their meeting was recent, so they didn't have multiple meetings to review this. So that's why they were asking for more time.
Okay.
So this wasn't originally referred to the plating board?
It was not. I verified that with the clerks.
Yeah. That was too.
I mean, I feel a little, I'm not going to mince words here. I feel a little blindsided, from staff here and the fact that, the assembly did not refer this to the plating board. And now we have a motion from the plating board saying, I don't know. I don't know what to say about that.
Okay. Is there objection to referring it to the plating board? Assemblyperson Bowles.
So thank you, Madam Mayor. I just, I didn't get to comment on the actual ordinance, so.
No, only on the amendment. Can you comment now?
So my comments are,
Sorry, sir.
trying to figure out how to craft this.
How to work it into the amendments, that's what
Sure.
you're trying to do?
So What the plating board, I would assume, will look at is whether or not the well and septic should be platted prior to breaking dirt. And I think that we're not doing that now. So I also really wish I could have gotten an opportunity to speak. So I guess that's all I could talk about is the plating board. So
Right, it's already been to the planning commission.
sure.
Yeah.
So on that, I just would like that on the record that I think that that we should consider that right now it's not a requirement for the plating board to approve and place on the plat septic systems and wells. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. So is there objection to the secondary amendment to refer it to the plating board until there is
I
objection?
have another comment. I mean, would that be 90 days from now? Because the original referral period was 90 days.
Let's see,
This
what
would be-
are
have the
we,
effect of-
so one be mostly March and February, January, and 2 weeks in December, right? So probably pretty close to 90 days, because it's the 17th of March, and is that roughly 90 days from now? I think, because you got a couple weeks in December, and 31 days in January, and 29 days in February, and 17 days in March. I don't know, is there any math whizzes out there that you added those up as I gave them to you? So, further comments, or are you going to continue to object, or are you? No, okay, all righty. So I haven't heard any objection then to the motion to refer to the plating board until the 17th. You're going to object? Okay,
Yeah.
all right, Madam Clerk.
Can I get the members in the room to vote? On the 90-day referral to the plating board, coming back March 17, 2026. Ron Bernier,
Yes.
the motion passed with Assemblymember Fonoff and Sumner opposed.
Okay, all righty, so Madam Clerk, whenever you're ready then for the next public hearing.
Ordinance 25-103, an ordinance repealing MSB 17.02 mandatory land use permit in its entirety and adopting MSB 17.07 land use review. If you are on the phone and you would like to speak to this, press *3.
Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing. Do we have a sign-up sheet? We do not, or we do? Okay, thank you. Okay, Brian.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mr. Manager, members of the Assembly and staff. I thought this would be a little bit earlier, but let me identify the facts here that are in this ordinance here. 1, it's required. 2, it costs money, and 3, it's revocable. So there's no mention of code compliance either in that I saw in the IM or the ordinance, which I would expect that would be involved at some point. So the question that you have to ask is why? Why would Sumner put this forward? He's a builder. Every other builder would have to go through the same process if they're building something or modifying something over 480 square feet. Everyone, and every individual that's doing it as well. So it doesn't make sense at that level. So going to the word, review versus permit, okay? So the borough has this habit of creating words that don't really represent what they're actually doing. Take, for instance, spud. Spud was mentioned earlier tonight. What's a spud? It's a potato. What does a potato do? Well, I don't know. It grows in the ground and you eat it. But spuds are actually zoning. You know, our community really had a problem with that term. So I'm making that example because really the way this is presented, whether intentional or not, is really deceptive. And these words are twisted to make people think different things. A review, it's just a review process. They're going to review it, nothing happening. But as I said, it's required, it costs money, and it's revocable. There's a board that you have to go in front of if it's revoked. So anyway, perhaps not intentional, but there's things that are hidden here. The question, why? Why is he doing this? Because it makes no sense. I've asked other people, why would you do something like this? No good reason came forward, not for the builder himself and not for the individuals of the borough. It's been rejected before. Building permits have been rejected before. And right now, you didn't hear anybody come up and jump out of their seat and said, hey, I want a building permit. I want a review. No one said that. So it hides, it covers, conceals, and technically it manipulates these words to mean something else. Nothing more than witchcraft in that sense. Now, he probably didn't intend it that way. I'm hoping the best for him, but it's really not good. So, Mr. Fonoff, here's a good example where you should choose no on this. You can choose God over this manipulation type stuff. And hopefully he can explain why.
I think that's Mark Johnson. I don't see him right now, so maybe come back to him. Did he leave? Okay. And then Dave Maxwell, I don't see him either. He left too. Okay, thank you. And is that Justin Hadley? Is he left?
Spoke earlier.
Oh, okay.
Said he signed up for later.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'll open it up to anybody else that would like to testify on this ordinance. Yes, come forth.
So again, my name is Simon Gilland. I didn't prepare any remarks on this. I was going to go home, but I did not grow up in the Mat-Su Valley. I spent a lot of time out here. I grew up in Chugiak and Eagle River, which is where I bought my first piece of property. And that lasted about 3 years before I said, you know what, I can't build a shed on my property without going through an arduous process. I'm not in favor of a building permit. These things tend to snowball. You start with something small, and then you can't build a lean-to off of your shed to park a four-wheeler in, which would be, say your shed is 500, but now you're doing additions to it. It snowballs. There's a reason why so many of us have moved out here from even Chugiak and Eagle River, which is not, it has slightly different rules than Anchorage, but I would ask that you would vote no on this building permit ordinance. We have on the books already wastewater setbacks. That's what, for health and safety purposes, that's what needs to be there. Beyond that, it just starts to infringe on private property and the ability to do on your property what you want with what you own. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Ready? Okay. Whoever's online, please go ahead and testify.
Hi, my name is Cindy Bettini, and I would be in favor of some kind of building permit, reasonably priced permit for people, because I believe that Mat-Su Borough has a reputation of having no rules, but of course we do have rules. There's not many, but when the innocent come out here from Anchorage or Chugiak, and they come out because they think there's no rules, and then they build too close to the sideline or the back line or the road, and then the road comes around and says you're too close and we don't have any place to stack snow now or whatever, it causes a real problem. And so if they have to get a permit, there was a short period of time where we had them, they were $25. All you really had to do is come in and say you knew where your property lines were and that you understood the rules, and you got your permit. It wasn't a big deal. I haven't delved into this one in detail, but I think it's a protection for all those people that think we don't have any rules. And especially would be handy with the water setback, as we've all experienced for decades now, that people say they didn't know. And so for that reason, if this isn't the exact language that the Assembly is interested in, I would just ask that you consider something. Thank you.
Do we have anybody else online? No? One last chance for anybody that hasn't testified that would like to on ordinance 25-103. Okay, close the public hearing. Assembly Sumner, go ahead.
I move to adopt ordinance number 25-103, if I could speak to it.
Sure.
So this ordinance came about because of the previous ordinance. The previous ordinance, I recognize that if we put plat notes for reserving septic areas on reduced lots, we would have to have some way of ensuring people actually build in those reserve areas and don't build outside of them to have the domino effect like Ms. Nowers was talking about. And when I looked at the only mechanism we had on code for that, which was the mandatory land use permit, which was itself voluntary, which is quite confusing and kind of a bit of bad code. I realized that it was written, it was written a certain way, then it was amended to be voluntary, and that didn't make a lot of sense with mandatory in the phrase. And like one of the speakers said, this is a kind of a play on words, because I also didn't like the word permit. I don't think that you should have to ask the government permission to build, an allowable use on your land. So we drafted a land use review instead of a land use permit. Now, in hindsight, I probably should have had it written as the way that I saw it being passed instead of amending it on the floor, which was my intention tonight. My intention tonight was if the previous one had passed, we would amend it to be voluntary except for these 30,000 square foot lots. But then, we could a la carte choose as an assembly what other lots we would want reviews on. I think one of the big topics would be, do we want to have a land use review process for lots that are adjacent to lakes, for instance? So I'm going to move to postpone this until the corresponding meeting with the previous ordinance, which is the March 17th, I think.
I think it's the 17th, right, of March 26th.
March
Is that
26th.
acceptable to you?
But actually, maybe we should amend it so we don't have a bunch of people up in arms about it again. Maybe we should amend it. Yeah, well, let's just postpone it, maybe.
So the
March
motion is,
17th, 2026.
the motion is to, go ahead.
Yes, postpone to March 17th, 2026.
Okay. Discussion on the motion to postpone. Assemblyperson.
I don't have any objection to postpone. I would love this one to come up before the other legislation, because I think they go hand in hand. And as the speaker said, I don't hear people say, please review me, but I do hear people say, I didn't know. And then it's really difficult to move their shed, building, et cetera, back from the lot line in any sort of reasonable expense for them. So no objection to postponing, but I would like it to come up in the agenda before the other one if possible.
Assemblyperson Fanoff?
I would oppose the postponement for the reason that if we don't postpone it to that date, after that I'll make an amendment to postpone it indefinitely. So that would be my argument to vote this down, the postponement, so we have a better option than just postponing to that meeting.
Assemblyperson Bowles.
So I'm also in opposition to postponing this. So I'd like to speak on it just in case it fails, that I believe that this is an over infringement on private property owners. I kind of went back and forth on an amendment I was going to submit, and I pulled it. But I think I'm going to actually, if this fails, submit an amendment. And I don't know if I can speak on that, or can I?
At the time when you make the amendment, you can.
So I'm going to oppose this. I'd like to discuss the actual ordinance and then submit an amendment at that time.
Okay. Already, so we have some objections. So Madam Clerk?
Could I get the members in the room to vote on the postponement to March 17th, 2026? Assemblymember Gamble? Assemblymember Bernier?
Yes.
The motion passes with Assemblymember Fawnoff and Bowles opposed.
Okay. Ready, so it has been postponed. Okay. Madam Clerk?
Ordinance 25-111, an ordinance amending MSB 17.55 setbacks and screening easements to reduce the minimum building setbacks requirement from pedestrian easements. If you are on the phone and wish to speak to this, dial *3.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 25-111. Do we have a sign-up sheet, ma'am? No? Okay. Is anybody that would like to testify on ordinance 25-111? Do we have anybody? We do not. Okay. Last chance. Okay, I'll close public hearing. Assemblyperson Nowers, go ahead.
I move to adopt ordinance number 25-111. I can speak briefly to it.
Sure.
I would just say that it was, for the reasons that it was brought to my attention, that the current code was a bit unclear, and this would make that clear and potentially allow developers to put in walkways if they so choose in more places, because the setback would be less.
Discussion? Yes, Assemblyperson Fawnoff.
I make a motion to postpone this indefinitely.
Okay, so the discussion on the motion to postpone indefinitely. Okay. You have an objection, sir? Do it.
I was going to discuss it, if I could.
You do what?
I was going to comment on the postponement.
Okay.
I mean, I think this is, I mean, pro-development, this is a good ordinance.
Okay. So we do have an objection, right, to postponing indefinitely. So, Madam Clerk?
Can I get the members in the room to vote on postponing it indefinitely? Assemblymember Bernier?
No.
The motion failed with Assemblymember Fawnoff in support.
Okay. Okay. I'd like to ask the sponsor a question. My concern is regarding how close the pedestrian easements, because I think we all know that the easements are not just people walking. We've had some incidents where people, have motorized vehicles on there. We've had some deaths on what's supposed to be pedestrian. And so bringing them closer to property lines where there may be small children in a yard or something is a concern to me. So go ahead.
I might ask a lifeline to staff, but I think this is like also in subdivisions, if people want to put pathways, is one of the issues. But if I could ask staff to respond, that's okay.
Is there a definition in there that they only are in a subdivision then?
I don't think it's exclusive, but could
Okay.
I use my lifeline?
Yeah.
Madam
Okay.
Mayor. So most of the time when I see pedestrian easements, they're either accessing a lake, there are short little easements that access the lake, or we have certain subdivisions, and I think a prime example would be the Settlers Bay subdivision, where they actually put pedestrian easements along a lot of the property lines. I think a lot of people knew that there's a 25-foot setback to those and built closer. I don't think we have a strict definition of what a pedestrian easement is. I think that it's sort of assumed that it would be pedestrians only, it'd be non-motorized through those easements, but there may be examples that you're thinking of that's not the case. So
Yeah,
I'd love to hear
right.
about that. Yeah.
I mean, how do I, as a pedestrian or driving a four-wheeler, discern whether that's a short easement to a lake or something like that versus one that's just alongside of a highway? How do we, are we gonna have code people standing out there? I mean, and let's face it, signs mean almost nothing.
Yeah. Okay. So I think so. You're talking about separated pathways along, like, say, the Palmer-Wassail Highway or something like that. So those are part of a larger easement that would not be considered a pedestrian easement. That
Is that defined in this ordinance? No, it's not. Come on, be honest,
Yeah.
Alex.
No,
It's
no.
not defined in this ordinance.
Yeah. I mean, so where we see pedestrian easements, they're actually labeled on the plat pedestrian easement, and they're usually 10 feet wide, and they're usually short in distance.
And sir, you know, the easements, the notes on the plat that we made back at the time when I was in real estate and did development, now we're finding those are not almost enforceable. So that, I don't know, I just have a problem with this whole thing because we've seen some accidents and I mean, who's going to get out the plat map and look to see with that there's a note on the plat map for the easement along the Palmer-Wasilla Highway versus the one in Equestrian Acres?
Yeah, so I mean, I think the answer is the person who's building on their property, they'll see that they have a 300-foot right of way that's the Palmer-Wasilla Highway versus a little 10.
I'm talking about the person walking.
Oh, so this should not affect that. This is only for building
Well,
setbacks.
it is because it's going to put them closer, the person walking or doing the four-wheeler is going to put them closer to a house or a fenced yard with little kids running around or something. So that's my concern. I'll let somebody else speak. Assemblyperson Gamble.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, and I am very much aware of the safety issues that you're talking about because in the last 2 years, we've had 2 fatalities in Big Lake of pedestrians on the bike trails. And, but the problem is that there's people using motorized vehicles, whether it's a four-wheeler or a motorcycle or whatever, side by side, and they're driving on the bike trails. So how do you regulate that? You can't. But the other issues that I've responded to several calls are for people that are walking on the side of the edge of the road because there is no walkway and end up getting hit by a vehicle also. So I think the intent of this is just my feeling is that we provide a walking path for kids or for adults, whatever, to try and get them off the roadways onto a safe walking path. And so I think it's a good resolution or a good ordinance.
This is a question I got on Facebook regarding this, okay? Have we addressed the electric bikes?
So, again, I don't think this will affect separated pathways. I don't know of any separated pathway that has a pedestrian easement associated with it. They are generally parts of the main public right-of-way, which have a 25-foot setback.
Mm-hmm.
The intent of this is to regulate the pedestrian easements that are designated on the plat. And generally, they are about 10 feet wide, maybe sometimes 15, and are specifically dedicated or delineated on the plat as a public or a pedestrian easement. So I don't think this will affect these separated pathways.
You don't think?
That they would be
So
25
how
foot.
are we going to enforce that?
So all these separated.
He's not
yeah.
paying attention to you down there, or he doesn't want to answer you.
Yeah.
I'll recognize you.
I have a question.
Sure, go ahead,
Are
Deputy.
we still talking about the 30,000-foot lots?
No. No, I think we put that to bed for 90 days or something.
But as far as this pedestrian, we're not talking about 30,000. Now we're going to throw another easement on it and make them smaller.
Well, it could be, I guess, at some time, right? 6 months, a year from now, right? We could be talking about
Right.
30,000 square feet lots. Okay.
I'd just like to go ahead and postpone this until January 16th. I know we've got a lot, and I don't mind getting the clarification to make sure that we do it correctly, so, and get that defined well. So I'd like to, I think I've got my dates right, if we postpone it till,
17th of March.
well, I was going to say the 16th of January. I think that would be enough time to maybe, the 20th? Is that?
20th.
The 20th, so January 20th.
Okay, okay. So there's an amendment to postpone until January 20th, 2026. Is there objection to that? Okay, I don't see any, so that takes care of that. Okay. Alrighty, now we're next. I'll give you a minute, Madam Clerk, go ahead.
Ordinance 25-133, an ordinance allowing renters of the Big Lake Lions Recreation Center to consume and serve alcoholic beverages per the terms of the rental agreement at the Big Lake Lions Club Recreation Center. If you are on the phone and wish to speak to this, press *3.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing, and we do have one person for the public hearing is on ordinance 25-133. And Linda?
My name is Linda Spone. I oppose OR 25-133. You people purchased the Lions Recreation Center without the vote of the people, and now you want to serve alcohol there. I thought this was supposed to be a family recreation center. Now it's starting to sound like a sports bar. I don't believe that is the type of business the Mat-Su Borough government should be involved in. It's bad enough we have obscene pornographic materials in our libraries. Now you want to introduce children and families to alcohol in a sports bar atmosphere? What are we becoming in this community? And what, pray tell, are we teaching children? What would the liability be if someone left this government-owned property under the influence of alcohol and/or drugs and caused harm in an accident? For safety to children and families, I think this facility would be a much more wholesome environment without alcohol. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Is there anyone else that would like to testify on this ordinance? Yes.
Madam Mayor, Michelle Traxler. I'm personally opposed to it. I think it's a bad idea. There's a bar across the street if they want to drink, and you're opening yourself up to an awful lot of liability. As having had a TAM card, I think it's a really bad idea. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Alrighty, anybody online, sir? Okay, go ahead, who's ever online, please?
Hi, this is Cindy Bettini, and I'm from the Big Lake community, and we supported the Lions Club building for many, many years with fundraisers and so on. A lot of the fundraisers are adult events, and they take very good attention to having safe alcohol with people that are licensed to serve, and I've never seen anything rowdy there. They're generally fundraisers for the community, and I think that we should try to keep the facility the way it has been used in our community for several decades. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Do we have anybody else online? No? Okay. Come back here. Anybody would like to testify on this ordinance? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and close public hearing, and Assemblyperson Gamble.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance 25-133 and would like to speak to it.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay, so this is not giving the borough the ability to sell alcohol at the Big Lake Lions Recreation Center. and Jillian, please correct me if I'm wrong, what this does is that if somebody is having a memorial service or a funeral or a wedding reception or a
How come we're always
fundraiser.
on memorial services tonight?
I know, yeah.
Bunch of people
Well,
die or something.
I just wanted
around here.
to write
Go
on
ahead,
that one. So, yeah, like the caller said, I mean, for years and years, the lines have done this where they have to apply for a permit. They have to abide by everything that's required in the permit. They have to have insurance in case something happens that they're covered. They have to sign a hold harmless agreement with the borough, so if something happens, the borough can't be held liable. This is not the borough selling alcohol, it's just giving the ability to somebody who's having an event there, the ability to have alcoholic beverages and serve alcoholic beverages there. Thank you.
Further discussion on Assemblyperson McKee?
Yeah, as a parent, when my kids were at home and they said, Mom, can we have a party? And I said, sure. And when people brought beer or whatever else it was that they were bringing, and the officer came to the door, guess who was responsible? It was me, because I owned the house. That's just one point. The other one, I don't think kids should associate recreation and alcohol. I just don't. That sends a stupid message that says you can't have a good time unless you're loaded. And then the third thing, of course, is a liability. And I think sometimes old harmless pieces of paper are worth about what you paid for the piece of paper, because somebody can take you to court. It's going to cost you a lot of money. I am absolutely opposed to this, because you know what, we could probably make more money putting in a whorehouse next door, but that's probably not a good idea either. You know, they make a lot of money and nobody get killed. What the heck? I mean, 92 bits.
Assemblyperson Sumner, go ahead.
Yeah, well, golf cart last comment, but
You're going to talk about another funeral and memorial
yeah, it's just-
service.
so this, I mean, this is a historical use that this building has already had, right? Where it was operated as a Big Lake Lions Club. They did serve alcohol at some events. There hasn't been a public uproar about it. It is pro-commerce to let this happen and continue on the way we've historically done it. I mean, the Menard Center has the same thing in Wasilla. I live right up the street on Clapp from the Menard Center. I do not see people careening off the street in Clapp and running over pedestrians all the time. So I don't see a lot of downsides. I see a lot of positive. It's pro-commerce. I'm definitely supporting this.
Okay, Assemblyperson Bowers?
I just wanted to note that I've done this sort of work before where we rent facilities to have events, and this isn't for like when they're doing their regular hockey practice. This would be a group that wants to rent it, and we had to have our own insurance. We had to file plans that showed what we were going to do. So I really see it as separate from the youth serving of the recreation center. This is when somebody comes to rent the facility, and I don't have a problem with them being able to serve alcoholic beverages as long as they have everything else in line, the $1 million of insurance and the other requirements that come with it.
Further, Assemblyperson Bowles?
I have a question.
Oh, sure. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, so is there any other borough building space or anything that does alcohol?
This is Jillian Morrissey, Community Development Director, for the record. Yes, the Government Peak Chalet. So to go back to that, that concessionaire runs that, and there's actually, that facility is one where the weddings they are allowed to have and serve alcohol. They have to follow, as Mr. Gamble said, they do need to follow all Alaska state laws and other things, and they have insurance and all the other things required in order to do that, but that's through their concessionaire. And I wanted to point out with this facility, it would be a facility rental. These would not be borough sanctioned events. We're not having hockey and beer, although the hockey community might be interested in that. We're not having adult hockey league and beer events. This is, if there's a community members, as the caller talked about, that wanted to have a wedding event on the second floor mezzanine at the Big Lake Lions Recreation Center, they can rent that facility, and then they could have the appropriate taps people and other things there in order to serve at that facility. But to answer the question, yes, that is happening in our borough facility, the Government Peak Chalet, currently.
Assemblyperson Bowles?
Thank you.
Okay, I've got another question for you. Sorry, I tried to catch you. So as far as what Assemblyman Sumner stated, so what other hockey rinks that the borough owns allows this right now?
We currently only have the Brett Memorial Ice Arena, and Big Lake Lions Recreation Center is the second ice arena that we have. Our other ice rinks are either covered or uncovered ice rinks. So those are the two facilities that we have. The Big Lake Lions Recreation Center is built differently and has a second floor meeting space with a commercial kitchen and is much more geared towards a facility use rental. The ones at the Brett Memorial Ice Arena, we have party rooms where it's really set up where people are coming in with pizzas and drinks and things like that. And it's right next to the ice sheet, where at the Big Lake Lions, it's separated from the ice arena.
Outside of the city limits. Okay, yeah. So, so kind of just, I don't know, question, I wonder how long it's going to be before somebody says, why are they allowed to do it? No, not if we pass this ordinance. You know, and maybe it's the city of, inside the city of West Hills, so maybe that's a non-issue, you know. The other concern is, you know, once people start wanting to bring alcohol in, what comes with that generally from now that it's legal is marijuana. And so if we have a facility that's starting to allow alcohol and marijuana is being used, that's a very bad combination. And it's hard to control that, especially with all the vaping and all that stuff. People get away with that in bathrooms and you can't even smell it. So that is a concern. And then the liability issue, I would really want to make sure that if this passes, that it's ironclad, that the borough cannot be held responsible if somebody is irresponsible, leaves and kills somebody. Because that absolutely is something that we need to take into consideration if we're going to allow that on borough property. So that's my comments.
And I would defer to the attorney on that, who's reviewed all the material associated with this.
Yeah, and speaking with Jillian, the Community Development Department Director here, one of the things we talked about was updating and thoroughly reviewing our permits. Obviously, not everybody who gets the permit, who's going to want to use the facility, is going to want to have alcohol. And then, you know, they'll come up with policies and procedures on which events can or can't. And then also, yeah, I suspect what usually happens is the assembly members then get a complaint saying, well, you know, your legal department's requiring me to get, you know, $3 million of liability coverage. That's ridiculous. And the answer will be, yes, we will. With defense and indemnification and all the language we stick into agreements that if somebody tries to sue us, we're going to hold the operator liable and make sure they have the purse behind them to be able to pay the bills, which is a very high level of insurance. But in this day and age, with the liabilities and things that occur, that's what the borough would do to protect itself, which is the exact same thing we would do up at the chalet when we take that on. Because right now there's a vendor operator there and they have insurance and they have defense and indemnification as well. We need to update all that. It's one of the discussions we had. That's, you know, separate and apart from the discussion here, but we'll be addressing all of that.
I would just like to follow on with what the attorney said. When you're talking about liability issues, even though there's a concessionaire that's running it and they've got the responsibility, because it's a borough facility, somebody could actually, even though the concessionaire is running it, could sue the borough anyways. So the borough, I mean, the liability issue could happen no matter what. Thank you.
To the person that called in, the only thing I would say is, yes, they did do alcohol. That was a private organization that owned that building at that time. Now it is ours.
Yeah.
So that's a big difference regarding the use of that building in my mind. And I think I don't want to preach too much, but we all know the alcohol problem that we have in this state already, tied to children abuse and all of that kind of stuff, trafficking, that kind of stuff. Without police powers, I think we're opening ourselves up no matter how ironclad that we're going to write the lease agreement. But I think there's things. Okay, I don't know which one of you was first, whichever one.
How about ladies first? You want to do that?
Oh. Oh,
Okay, I was just thinking, you may not have on paper the liability, but there's nothing anybody can do to keep somebody from suing you, and just to get a simple divorce these days is like $50,000. So, I mean, you're gonna pay. Even if you don't have to buy the whole cake, you're gonna pay for a slice of it, so there you go.
Okay. Then, I don't know, okay. Assemblyperson Sumner.
Yeah, I was just going to point out that the Big Lake Lions Center the Big Lake Lions Recreation Center is firmly in Bill Gamble's district, and he, I would just say that I think we should take his opinion on what benefits his community and his residents very seriously, and he's telling us very clearly what it is that his community wants.
Okay, Assemblyperson Sumner.
I just see, for what it's worth, the facility I rented for several years in a row was the Delaney Park Strip, which is owned by the municipality of Anchorage. And they, there was alcohol, we had to rope it off in that facility, but as far as I know, that's never been sued. So we did that years and years and years. And I don't think the people I know the people coming to our group were not the people who are doing some of the negative things with alcohol. If you're doing a wedding reception, et cetera, like hopefully 99.9% of those people are not the people that you worry about with alcohol.
Okay, Assemblyperson Fauna.
I'll support Mayor and Ms. McKee on this. And I think Mr. Bowles on the fence, so I'd like to get his support as well, because I do think it was different when it was owned by private or a nonprofit organization versus when we own it.
Further discussion? Is there?
I can't.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
I'm going to vote no. Nothing against Bill or any alcohol, but I don't want to be responsible in any way, shape, or form to anybody's downfall. And I'll sleep better tonight.
Okay. Further discussion, I think there is objection to the motion, so, okay, Madam Clerk?
Can I get the members in the room to vote? Assemblymember Bernier,
No.
the motion failed with Assemblymembers Sumner, Gamble, and Nowers in support.
Alrighty, then let's see, we're back to audience participation. I know we don't. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we got, 18 people lined up here, but let me read their names, so in case they crawl out from underneath the chair or something, we can hear from them, okay? Susan Kashi, Linda Lee, let's see, that something Lee too, but I don't.
Mike, I think.
It's supposed to be Mike.
They did both.
Sean Murphy, I think he left too. Mark Johnson left too. Ken McCartney left too.
Lee Hammermaster.
He left. Yeah. Mac Hickley. Andy Hurd. Ed Horton.
Patty
Bailey. Ritz, I think. And Linda, you're just walking out. You did the first audience participation, didn't you?
Yes, she did speak at the first.
You spoke at the first one, so, okay. And then Rick South, is that it?
Rick
And
Smith and Jackie Gopher.
And Jackie, and Jackie spoke at the first one, so, all right. So audience participation is open for anyone that wants to testify on any subject before the assembly. Okay, and we do have one person, okay. Online, go ahead.
Hi, this is Cindy Bettini, and I just spoke on the Big Lake Lions Recreation Center and the conference room that has historically been able to have wine at wedding receptions and funerals and fundraisers. And I'm hoping that maybe some of the people that were spending a lot of time on discussion of the government peak facility and how it's used might consider that in our community, that's how we use our community as well. And if you've got a way to have weddings with adult libations at the government peak, I hope that some of you that voted against the Big Lake's continued traditional use of our facility, that you might consider reconsider your vote. And I can't remember what the term is, but reconsider it so that it comes up for a vote at your next meeting. And we would appreciate that very much in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody, anybody else online? No? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public hearing. No, audience participation, sorry. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Resolution 25-119, a resolution amending the scope of work for the Oil Well Road Amber Lake Parking Area Design Project to Homebuilt Circle Nicholson Lake Parking Area. AM 25-144, authorization for the destruction of ballots from the November 4th, 2025 regular borough election. AM 25-145, award of bid number 26-079B to AK Clear Mechanical in the contract amount of $138,840 for boiler replacement at the Snowshoe Elementary School. AM 25-146, award of bid number 26-073B to Tukuk LLC in the contract amount of $919,100 to the construct Circle View dike repairs. AM 25-147, approval of change order number 6 for contract number 23-002 PC with Dow LLC for Edgerton Parks Road and Mountain Trails Drive upgrade and paved way project to extend the completion date to July 31st, 2026. AM 25-149, approval of amendment number 6 for HDL Engineering Consults LLC for the Jolly Creek Drainage Improvement Task Order under Contract 20-117PA and extending the completion date to December 31st, 2027 to develop the final bid packages and provide support during construction. AM 25-150, award of bid number 26-078B to Mechanical Specialists, Inc. for the contract amount of $199,863 for the Finger Lake Elementary School boiler replacement.
Okay, Assembly Person Hours.
I move to approve the consent agenda as read into the record by the clerk.
Okay. And we have no unfinished business or no vetoes.
We have
I'm sorry.
She made a motion.
Oh, you're right. Thank you. Yeah. Is there any objection to the motion on the consent agenda? Okay. Thank you.
We do have another AM to discuss.
Okay. But you wanted to pull one of them that we,
She had already pulled it.
Yep. She pulled AM 25-148, award of bid number 26-068B to Recon LLC in the contract amount of $191,200 to provide geotechnical evaluation of land identified as likely having high-quality deposits of civil construction materials.
okay, go ahead.
I move to approve AM 25-148, and I'll speak briefly to why I pulled this. I think this grew out of a comment that Mr. Sumner made at a previous meeting saying he'd like to the borough to identify high likelihood places for gravel. And that did pass, but I had no idea we were talking about $200,000 to do that. And we're talking about, the amount of money I think is a lot. There was only one bid, so we're, not a lot of interest in doing this work. And I kind of question the demand for it because I don't have people knocking on my door or anything in the record that says that people want this gravel from this place. So I just am opposed to spending $200,000 in taxpayer dollars with that record and would urge people to vote no.
Okay, further discussion on the motion? Do we have staff to address it or anything? Huh?
If there's a question.
I think the question is, how come the bid's so high or something, isn't it? And we only got one bid? Yeah. Is that, Assemblyperson Nowers, do you have a question?
I don't really have a
guess?
question. That was just the reason I was opposing it at this point. It needs to come back with more information and documentation and.
Do you want to
then,
move to postpone then?
Sure. That's our theme of the night, so maybe we'll postpone this also to the January 20th meeting.
Okay, all righty. So there is a motion to postpone. Assembly Sumner, you have a question?
Yeah, I guess my question is this in response to my request for investigating gravel sites?
Sorry.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
Madam Mayor. So
Yeah.
through the mayor, I'm going to ask Jillian. I didn't think that it was. I think we were already moving on this geotech, and I am folks, and I know they'll be like, nope, this was not a product of Mr. Sumner's motion.
Yeah,
at the meeting.
I didn't think you guys were that zealous.
Well, I mean, if you looked at the gravel presentation tonight, you can see that community development land management's already moving on developing our natural resources, whether it's timber, gravel, et cetera. Like, that's their job. They were already doing that. Your question just highlighted a couple of areas. So what Emerson did was took what they're already doing and then integrated in the areas that you specifically asked for, KGB, Schrock, those areas, to try to highlight that. But if you noticed, a lot of the stuff that we're talking about weren't even in those areas. So this was not a product of that direction. Now, I don't have more details on why there was only one bid and all that. But
Russ
did I
is
say
there.
anything incorrect? Because I do want to get it right for the record. So if I was wrong, please correct me.
No, I appreciate the question. Jillian Morrissey, again, for the record, Community Development Director. I did get some information from Russ. He let me know that there were 135 vendors invited to bid on this, and 62 vendors downloaded the opportunity, but yes, we only received one bid. But Emerson, as you heard tonight, is actively looking for high quality, high value gravel in the Matsu Borough. Most people think we have tons of land here that is borough owned. We do not. So he's trying to identify these areas, and this is one that he did identify that has high quality gravel, is a high quality gravel source, and is also accessible by rail, which allows us to be able to move the material. So what Manager Brown said is correct.
Okay. Assemblyperson Sumner? Did you want to speak? Or no, you're just waving tonight? Let me just
I'll ask.
check on this end first, since you've spoken already.
A question, I guess it's a simple question. Is this just for one parcel or one area, or is this identifies more, just a wider information that we'll get out of this?
Thank you for the question. Through the mayor to Assemblymember Phonoff, I believe in the IM it mentions 2 parcels that it will be looking at.
Do you know how big they're in size or no?
I apologize, I do not at this moment. I'd have to look into it.
But since we postponed, hopefully there will be that additional information for you.
Oh, we are
next
postponing it?
time.
We're still on the motion to postpone.
All right,
Yeah, we're
I'll
still
support the
on
postponement
motion
then.
to postpone, so hopefully then you'll get some additional answers, sir. Yeah, okay. So any objection to the motion to postpone? Okay? So postponing we are, right? Now we're to no unfinished business, no vetoes, no introductions, but we have a lot of postponements. But I don't think we have any till the 6th, right? So that should be a quick meeting. Start the year out right, huh? Okay. And then Assemblyperson vacancy report, please, Nowers.
I move to confirm the mayor's recommendations as follows. Board of Adjustment and Appeals, Ronald Johnson. Borough Area School Site Selection Committee, resignation of Thomas Berge. Kendall Cruz, resignation of Ted Swanson. Lori Coley. Joint Assembly School Board Committee on School District Funding Issues, Maxwell Sumner. Joint Assembly School Board Committee on School Issues, Stephanie Nowers. Kathy McCollum, Brooks Pitcher, resignation of Tom Berge. Willow Caswell, FSA Board of Supervisors, William Brewer. Gold Trail Road Service Area Board of Supervisors, Vladimir Zagorodny. Trapper Creek RSA Board of Supervisors, Ryan Romans and David Finch. Resignation of Donna Massey. With the term beginning January 1st, 2026, Agriculture Advisory Board, Mark Stahl, Craig Hansen. Board of Adjustments and Appeals, Michael Dale. Board of Equalization, Tracy Barrickman. Enhanced 911, Whitney Daw. Library Board, Laura Anderson. Big Lake RSA Board of Supervisors, Garland Morrison. Trapper Creek RSA Board of Supervisors, Andrew Stinnett.
Discussion on the vacancy report. Okay. Hearing no, is there any objection? And so vacancy report is approved. We have no new business. We have no referrals. We have no reconsiderations, but we do have an executive report, right? So Assemblyperson Nowers, do you have those motions?
Madam Mayor, we also have comments, mayor and assembly staff
Okay,
comments.
do we do them then and not after the executive meeting?
It's on the agenda as before.
Okay, so parting comments then, Mr. Attorney? Assemblyperson McKee? Assemblyperson Sumner? Assemblyperson,
Oh, I got more,
You
Madam
got
Mayor.
one?
No, I'm just trying to get the meeting scheduled the assembly asked for. You asked for a discussion around water body setbacks. Mr. Gamble specifically asked for that. We've been trying to get it scheduled. I'm proposing now, January 20th at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So it would be before your normal 6 o'clock meeting, and it's really, there won't be anything decisional. You're just going to talk and have a discussion about what might you want us to do next. Because it sounds like that issue is not,
Drain all the lakes and then we don't have a water body setback problem, right?
yep. So is the assembly,
Is that okay? Assemblyperson.
yeah, that will just shorten the time that you all have to, yeah.
Oh, no. You should just come in late. You should just come in late. Yeah, just come in late.
I mean,
Well, you can listen, because it'll be.
yeah, because there won't, yeah.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Which date is it again? Can you say that?
Yeah, that's the thing. It doesn't have to be done in one setting. We just got to start somewhere. I'm doing this because you all ask us to, or set it up, so I'm just putting a date out there. So what, if there's no objection, then we'll advertise 1:20 at 4 p.m. in the afternoon here in Chambers. Okay.
Any objection? No?
Okay, so that, and I have one other ask. Does the assembly want to have another strategic planning session? We typically do it before we start the budget season, like in the February timeframe. We've done it in the past on Saturdays at Station 6-5 recently. I would propose either February 21st or February 28th. Both of those days are Saturdays. Like we meet in the morning, go for however long you want to go for. Is that date work okay? Or
Anyone?
28th works best for me.
Say those days again.
the February 21st or February 28th? It just allows the clerk's office to get it advertised.
I'll be gone on 28th. I'd like to do it 21st if possible.
Either one for me.
Does 21st work, Mr. Bowles, or? All right, do we want to move it into the first Saturday in March?
What is that?
I just try to get on it before we get to the budget, just because
Yeah,
you'll have plenty of
How about
meetings.
14th, the week before?
I would be concerned with March because last year or 2 years ago, when we did it in March, we ran into a district convention that I was unable to attend, and therefore not being a delegate to the state convention.
How about then February 14th?
So,
It-
what about the week before?
Yeah.
Yeah, February 14th, that works for me.
Is that one okay?
It's morning meeting.
My
Is
wife will
that
still
not
love me.
okay with you?
I am okay with that, yeah.
Okay, I don't know. Go for March then, or whatever.
Did we settle on February 14th? Oh,
So?
Valentine's Day?
it's a homework holiday.
Yeah,
bring you some chocolate,
Valentine's
Miss
Day,
McKee.
we can all bring each other a Valentine's card.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I can do with one less meeting if we don't want to figure this out right now. I can come back with some other dates. It's just when you get into March, April, you start moving into the budget season, it gets harder. Plus, if there's some things that you all want to talk about before the budget's rolled out, that's helpful.
How about February 7th then?
February 7th works for me. 14th works for me.
As long as we do it in the morning. So I can take my wife to dinner, please?
Yeah, right.
I would
yeah.
think that would
Morning would
work.
be nice on a
Okay.
Saturday.
So either the borough's gonna buy the husbands and wives dinner, or we're gonna
That-
get out early.
You'll need to talk to the clerk's office.
Let's do
about
that. I'll take that.
Okay, so I'm going February 14th, let's say 9 or 10 a.m. Is there a preference?
9, 10,
Oh, my gosh.
10.
What about
10.
9:30?
10 a.m.
10.
2:14, 10 a.m., Station 65.
No objection?
Okay, is everybody okay? Get your dinner order in early to the clerk's office.
Okay.
Deputy Mayor, you have parting comments?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Oh, boy. It's 3:00 where I'm at. Dear Lord, we come together to praise your holy name. We want to thank you for your never-ending love, your mercy, your grace. Please guide us with wisdom. May every decision we make glorify you, Lord. Please, Jesus, send your Holy Spirit to fill our valley and state. May you bring forth a revival. May we love one another. Please bless our first responders, our veterans. Keep our military safe and effective. In Jesus' name, amen.
Okay, Madam Clerk, parting comments?
This is actually a comment for the attorney. Do we think 30 minutes is going to be enough time for the next item on our agenda? That's going to be the executive session.
That will be entirely up to the assembly members and how much they talk.
I make a motion to extend it to 11:45 because I do think it's.
There you go.
Any objection to 11:45? Okay, all right. Assemblyperson Bowles, did you have parting comments?
So yes, I would like to, considering the chalet serves alcohol, I do have concerns that alcohol is being served in borough buildings. I'm not, just for the record, I'm not against people using alcohol or smoking marijuana in the privacy of their own home. I believe in personal rights, personal property rights. However, this is a borough property, and I do have concerns with people possibly being inebriated in a borough facility. So I would like the manager or whoever is best to look into that and find out, A, if it's an actual decent revenue source. You know, I don't know if you would need to reach out to the person that's running it right now. And, you know, basically, if how to go about potentially writing a resolution to prohibit that at the chalet prior to us taking over in 2027. It doesn't have to happen immediately. It can happen in 6 months. But I think that if we're going to have it in one facility, borough facility, we need to have it in all borough facilities. Besides that, thank you very much. Great meeting.
Assemblyperson Gamble, parting comments?
I just want to tell you, Mike, what a great job emergency services did during the windstorms. And not just emergency services, but I mean, MEA, I couldn't believe I saw those guys out there in buckets up on those power lines, and the wind, it's kind of scary watching it happen. But anyways, good job. Thank you.
Assemblyperson Fauna?
Hopefully, Michael, once we have something, I had several people ask me after windstorms if there's going to be a way to have any assistance and things like that that we'll be distributing. I'd like if we have anything to post it on our Facebook or whatever so that we could share that. And I'd like to ask clerk's office a direction for that meeting that we'll have on February 14th to, instead of having those cold sandwiches, to get Evangelos pizza, please.
Good. Okay, Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Fauna, for that question. Thank you, Madam Mayor. We are expecting a press release from the state of Alaska Monday on the individual assistance based on this disaster declaration. You can go to the website now and start applying, but we are expecting DHS and EM, that's the Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, to have staff available to answer questions for residents who have those questions starting Monday. That's what I'm expecting. And we expect to see that announcement roll out. So there will be more information coming in the next few days.
Okay. Yeah, and I think the only question I have is Government Peak is on one level, but Big Lake is on at least 2 levels. So anyway, something to consider when we talk about it later. And so Assemblyperson Hours, move us into executive session, please.
I move to enter executive session for matters which the immediate public knowledge of which would clearly have an adverse effect upon the finances of the borough, and matters which by law, municipal charter, or ordinance are required to be kept confidential, and to discuss matters involving consideration of borough records that by law are not subject to public disclosure, and discussion of matters subject to attorney-client privilege, in particular to discuss federal transit administration ferry obligations and other pending claims and potential liabilities asserted against the boroughs. Those present during executive session will be the mayor, the assembly, the attorney, the manager, and the deputy clerk.
Okay, is there any discussion on moving into the executive session? Is there any objection? Okay, so there's no objection. We will move into the executive session at 11:04. And I think, Deputy Mayor, you know how to call in, right? So clerk sent you the information. Madam Clerk, have you sent Deputy Mayor the information to call in for the executive session? I'll let you take care of that off the record.
Is somebody going to text me that? Hello?
Yeah, I think you gotta have to
We
call
we
the
can
other
send that to you, Ron. Give us just one moment.
Will you please move us out of executive session?
I move to exit executive sessions.
Okay, is there any discussion? Any objection? Okay, so hearing no objection, we will exit executive session at 11:42. Any objection to adjourning? Okay, so we will adjourn at 11:42. All right.